Daybreak is it? Daybreak is it? Daybreak is it?
Принцы Золушкам не встречаются. Наши девичьи года были, не были, улетели в никуда, усилились. Сказки попусту обещаются, принцы Золушкам не встречаются. Наши девичьи года были, не были, улетели в никуда, усилились. Сказки попусту обещаются, принцы Золушкам не встречаются.
Is the story you're about to see true? But no one really knows. No one as yet has been able to prove or disprove it. And so it remains in limbo, a part of that vast, uncharted world of psychic phenomena beyond our power of explanation.
Track Pro.
Purchase your track today. Purchase your track today. Purchase your track today.
Phone,
Call it?
like 800 number.
And what do you do? Just say, hey, chat,
Ask
GPT.
me whatever you want. So I think this is going to open up a whole new market for people that may not be online. They could just pick
Wow.
up their phone.
Hmm.
So yes, you can now call ChatGPT.
It's ChatGPT, an AI assistant. Our conversation may be reviewed for safety. How can I help you?
All right, OpenAI has set up a phone number at 1-800-CHAT-GPT. This will let you talk to their AI chatbot. Users can talk to ChatGPT over the phone for 15 minutes for free each month. The company says the feature works best when it's quiet around you. Keep in mind, 1-800-CHAT-GPT is programmed with information through October 2023. OpenAI says their chatbot will never call you. You can also message ChatGPT through WhatsApp using the same phone number. I think this is going to be really fun over the holidays for some of the older parents and loved ones out there, for the kids to be like, hey, you want to try this thing? Call it up, and you can ask about history or something.
So it'll just answer you, but one of the benefits of seeing it written for you is that you can.
I know this sounds so silly, but you can literally call ChatGPT now, like on a phone,
Call it?
like 800 number.
And what do you do? Just say, hey, chat,
Ask me
GPT.
whatever you want. So I think this is going to open up a whole new market for people that may not be online. They could just pick
Wow.
up their phone.
Hmm.
So yes, you can now call ChatGPT.
It's ChatGPT, an AI assistant. Our conversation may be reviewed for safety. How can I help you?
All right, OpenAI has set up a phone number at 1-800-CHAT-GPT. This will let you talk to their AI chatbot. Users can talk to ChatGPT over the phone for 15 minutes for free each month. The company says the feature works best when it's quiet around you. Keep in mind, 1-800-CHAT-GPT is programmed with information. OpenAI says their chatbot will never call you. You can also message ChatGPT through WhatsApp using the same phone number. I think this is going to be really fun over the holidays for some of the older parents and loved ones out there, for the kids to be like, hey, you want to try this thing? Call it up, and you can ask about history or something.
So it'll just answer you. But one of the benefits of seeing it written for you is that you can copy paste, you can do stuff like that with it. So you have to kind of like commit it to memory if you're just going to talk to somebody.
I think it's more just to show off the
capabilities
of this. Like, it's something that many people have never experienced, something that smart before. Okay, moving on. EVs are popular in California, but it's not always easy to charge them, especially if you live in an apartment. But things might get better thanks to some new regulations. According to the website Electric, California will require most new residential units to include charging starting in 2026. Updated building codes say new construction of apartments and condos will require one EV-ready space per unit. That means developers either have to put in a charger or an outlet that lets you plug a charger in. Hotels must have 65% EV-ready spaces, and commercial lots must have at least 20%. LG has launched a first-of-its-kind TV that's not only see-through, but also wireless. The LG Signature OLED TV made its debut in our area at the Video and Audio Center in Santa Monica. The 77-inch 4K TV can switch between transparent and opaque modes, which lets it blend into its surroundings or watch TV. It also has wireless audio and video transmission for a mostly wire-free setup. You do have to plug it into a power outlet. Now, the TV can display artwork, photos. Hold on, I don't. No, you already saw the price. Okay. I was going to ask you guys what the price.
I didn't catch it, but I know it's expensive.
Yeah, it can show weather and sports when you're not using it. All right, get this. The TV sells for, you ready?
Oh.
$59,999. And get this. The Video and Audio Center tells me they've already sold a few of them
So
to
not
rich
only
people.
is it a
I like
really
the
good
guys in the boardroom going, if we listed at 59999 instead of 60, we'll be more likely
That'll
to sell
do it.
Yeah.
That'll make them think that they're getting a deal.
At least it's not 60,000.
I mean, you know.
I do remember when flat screens first came out and the technology was different, made a little bit different. They were like more than 10,000.
If I'm here in 10 years, I'll be like, and now we've got the transparent TV for $847
There you
at
go.
Walmart.
There you go. Henry says it best. Everything comes down except what?
Except for the iPhone.
Except
for the iPhone. Rich on Tech.tv. I will be doing my show live on Saturday, KFI AM 640, last show of the year for that. So very exciting. We'll be live. You can call me and tell me what you're thankful for in technology.
Crank call him. He loves that.
He loves it.
Is your refrigerator running?
Oh, that's right. You better,
go catch it.
Yeah. Is your lettuce fresh? You better slap it.
You have Prince Albert in a can? Let him out.
You guys obviously have a lot of experience with
I
this.
actually don't know those jokes, but
You know,
very impressed.
yeah.
Japanese automakers Honda and Nissan have announced plans to join forces, forming the world's third largest automaker by sales. The two companies signed a memorandum of understanding this morning, with a smaller Nissan Alliance member, Mitsubishi Motors, also agreeing to join the talks. As the auto industry turns away from fossil fuels, Japanese automakers have been lagging behind their prominent rivals when it comes to electric vehicles. The deal is aimed at trying to cut costs and make up for lost time.
中国勢の台頭、それから新興勢力含めてですね、だいぶその自動車の構図が今変わりつつあるということで、それは何を意味するかというと、その自動車モビリティというですね、観点でその価値そのものが変わっていくというふうに考えています。今の新興勢力も含めてですね、戦う我々の力をですね、多分2030年断面ぐらいには我々自身が持っていないとですね、とても勝負にならないということがもともと今回の話のスタートになりますと。
単純計算となりますが、両社の売上規模は合計30兆円以上、四輪車の合計台数は750万台と、経営統合が実現した場合は、グローバルの自動車メーカーの中ではトップクラスに入る規模感となります。
で、はっきり申し上げるのは救済ではないということで、我々はその、将来先ほど言ったようにその2030年断面を見てですね、競争力を、我々が持つために、検討を始めるということなので、ただ先ほど何回も申し上げますけども、その前提条件としては日産様のそのターンアラウンドの実行が絶対的な条件になっておりますし、最終的にはやはりその今一度世界をリードしたいというふうに思っておりますので、その中の今日はその一歩目の検討というふうに理解していただければいいと思います。
The first thing that you look at when you want to envision an alliance or a partnership is the complementarity between the two partners. Well, I look at the complementarity between Honda and Nissan, and I see none. Okay, there is no complementarity. The two companies are two Japanese companies. They are strong in the same fields. They are weak in the same fields. Both of them have very developed technologies. From an industrial point of view, there is duplication everywhere. So industrially, for me, it doesn't make sense. Now, when I look at the situation of Nissan today, and I see the tens of billions of dollars wasted, the plants which are going to be closed, the community was going to be suffered, the employments were going to be destroyed. Now, we have victims here. We have victims of mismanagement, of lack of vision, and of an obsession for control. Today, Nissan has been marginalized by its own weaknesses and by its own mistakes. Honda is much stronger than Nissan, but still is not a developing force into this industry. I think a potential alliance or partnership between the two companies are going to be another company fighting for survival and relevance into this industry. But without any doubt, they're going to have a tough time against the Chinese, against Toyota, which is in a way which is much more convincing.
Where the consumer is, and the consumer's in a lot of different places.
For every e-commerce fulfillment center built, Nearly 1,000 local jobs are lost each quarter. Still, online shopping is expected to create a 0.6% job boost in the next decade.
What that means is that there's just going to be less jobs for in-store work, but it doesn't mean that there will be less jobs overall. So instead of being able to run a cashier, you're going to need to know how to work a logistics center, how to load packages onto a truck or onto pallets and things like that.
Unsurprisingly, Amazon and UPS are leading the holiday hiring surge with 250,000 and 125,000 respective seasonal job openings this year. The focus isn't on stocking shelves as much as it is fulfilling and delivering online orders to customers. Will e-commerce continue to disrupt retail jobs, or is its impact overstated?
Going back to the very early days of e-commerce. So the original list of winners would be Amazon and eBay. Initial losers in the late 90s, early 2000s were Sears, Kmart, Borders, Circuit City, a lot of companies that were disrupted by Amazon.
Amazon continues to be a disruptor of big box retail and is causing competitors to continue to shift and adapt business needs to compete.
You see Walmart and Target leaning really heavily into e-commerce specifically, and you also see how their seasonal hiring patterns have changed to include supply chain roles, not just cashiers and people who are in store.
Walmart skipped holiday hires this year, opting instead for year-round hiring, while Target added 100,000 seasonal.
Been the king of fulfillment centers, managing their fulfillment centers to get consumers items.
Walmart is also ramping up automation with 5 new distribution centers across the country, part of its push to boost e-commerce efficiency.
There's a big demand for people who work in the warehouses.
From 2007 to 2023, the number of warehouses soared in the US from 14,000 to 22,000. During the opening weekend of the holiday season, stretching from Thanksgiving to Cyber Monday, the big winner was e-commerce, bringing in $41.1 billion in online sales. But that meant fewer shoppers in stores. Black Friday foot traffic dipped almost 2%.
Buy now, pay later is a big driver of e-commerce sales because a lot of younger consumers are gravitating towards it because they're concerned about retail credit card debt, especially high interest retail credit card debt.
I see e-commerce really continuing, especially as the minimum wage goes up. Because as the minimum wage goes up, it's harder for retailers to basically staff their brick and mortar stores. It's more expensive for them to do that.
U.S. holiday sales are projected to top $1 trillion this year, up 3.7% over 2023. However, this year's growth is lower than the higher gains of years prior.
The relative growth rate of e-commerce versus just retail, I think you're looking at more of mid-single digit versus low single digit. And we're no longer in an environment where e-commerce is growing at a 15% rate or even a double-digit rate year in and year out.
And with online sales driving growth, e-commerce is expected to create 450,000 jobs by 2026.
It's just a part of evolution and becoming more advanced as a society. So our jobs will change, but brick and mortar is still always going to play a very important role in a retailer's overall strategy. It's never going to be online only. It's always going to be a balance of in-store versus online. And the share of in-store and online is going to wax and wane depending upon where we are as a society, how people are shopping, which consumer segment is shopping.
The wonderful thing produces opportunities for people who want to work all kinds of jobs.
cataclysm. First, a social cataclysm in Japan, and partly to try to reinforce these companies on the foreign market.
Their interest in participating in this deal, Carlos, they had a meeting with Renault, pan solution for this. Is there only a Japanese savior for Nissan, in your view?
I don't see him for the moment. Obviously, in the you can get, that's the only way know if somebody is capable of doing something. Frankly, when you look at the last 5 years, the results are not a good testimony of the strengths of the team. Will they be a savior? I don't know. I know how tough it's going to be, because you need to understand that Honda is an engineering organization. It's very strong in engineering, and Nissan is very proud of its own engineering. So by the new company, or by if it's a merger, or by the new alliance, I can tell you it's going to be very tough. I remember when we took control of me, I was not afraid of the collaboration with Renault. They were afraid of the collaboration of Nissan, because they know how tough it's going to be when engineers meet together, and there is this pride of my solution is the best solution, which always is an obstacle to develop serious synergy for the future.
Well, of course, you're going to have cultural issues when it comes, even if they're two Japanese firms. I think the point I was trying to get to, Carlos, was, do you see the only solution being a Japanese to Japanese merger or joint venture? Do you see any possibility of an overseas company like Foxconn being allowed into this house?
Well, the approach of Foxconn, when I heard about it, was very interesting, because it is something innovative. It is something that would have put Nissan in a completely different path. But the fact that you're telling me now that they are posing on it, they are very realistic people. They know they cannot do it against the will of the government of Japan, and particularly of the Métis. And now you need to know also that in Renault, the French state has a big say, because they are a very influential shareholder in Renault. And I'm sure that the decision of pause is coming from the fact that they know the Métis is not very favorable, and probably the French government doesn't want to upset the Japanese. I've been witness of how much the French government is bending backward to please the Japanese in the past, unfortunately.
Well, look, I know that there's ongoing issues between yourself, the Japanese, and the French, etc. But you have a ringside seat at many of those meetings. Is this, briefly before we talk about the global auto industry, Carlos, is this Renault's moment to exit? Do you think that that's what they hope for, or do you think they really do want an equity participation?
Oh, no. I mean, this alliance has been, since 2020. It's not a surprise. I told you that the alliance is a zombie. It's an appearance of an alliance. There is an appearance of a collaboration, but there was practically no collaboration at all. I think what Renault, after having the benediction, the blessing of the French government, is trying to maximize its asset inside Nissan. They're trying to get the most money out of their share. But they will, in my opinion, they will sell to Honda without any doubt.
Carlos, let's just broaden the conversation a little bit. You've lived and breathed this industry. You've seen the evolution of the Chinese electric vehicle market, the strength of the auto industry in China become. Are you surprised about how strong they've become so quickly?
No, not at all. Frankly, I've seen the signs of it when we entered China, when I was heading Nissan, and we entered China in 2003, and we started building our plants and organizing the engineering. In a very short period of time, I would say
academics who are increasingly worrying is having on all of us. The way that we've understood the problem is it's a failure of willpower. People are just making bad choices they're somewhat lazy. It's basically their fault. This is American government data for men and women of all different ages, the different lines of different ages for obesity. What you see is between 1960 and population. But in the mid-1970s, obesity starts going up in all of the groups simultaneously. Now, if you're saying willpower is responsible, what you're proposing is that all of these groups of people simultaneously lost moral responsibility, and that's not plausible. Something else happened to our food in the mid-1970s to make it irresistible to people.
My name's John Ruff, and I've spent 40 years in the food industry across 7 different countries. Companies spend a lot of time optimizing all aspects of their product, the flavor, the taste, the texture. People want their product to be as good, if not better, than the competitor, so it will sell more. We use trained sensory panels to give us ratings. Is it squishy? Is it hard? Is it soft? Is it crunchy? And that's very much how the food industry operates.
One thing many people don't realize is that factory processing changes the textural properties of food. An interesting fact about soft food is you're not chewing it as much. That actually short-circuits the normal satiety mechanisms that you would have if you were actually chewing food properly. So you're bypassing a normal mechanism that tells you you're full. Once you've worked out that playing around with the texture of a food, making it softer, tricks that normal satiety or fullness mechanism, clearly there's an opportunity there for some kind of scurrilous behavior in making food softer so that people will eat more and therefore you sell more of your product.
So much of the packaged food that we eat is incredibly soft. My kids love these. You don't typically think of this as being a soft food because it's a bit crunchy, but actually after that initial crunch, you can just crush it with your tongue, right? It's got no resistance at all. But in terms of the calories per gram, it's got way more calories than even a very fatty burger. So the softness and the energy density mean that you consume it incredibly quickly. And there's a food industry term for these very light, puffy foods that melt in the mouth. It's called vanishing caloric density. Gone. The thing that makes us eat a lot isn't just what we do to the food. It's also about logos, marketing, branding, the box the food comes in.
Eating is a multi-sensory experience. There's the look of the food, there's the smell of the food, there's the feeling of the food on your fingers. Even the sound of food matters. When you open a fizzy soda, you've got 2 noises. You've got the click and the tear. Sound engineers and manufacturers work really hard to get that sound just right, and that's sonic branding. Many companies have asked me to work on sonic branding for them, and I think I can mention when I was working with Kellogg, they said, "Ooh, what's sonic branding?" And I said, "You invented this." Most people will remember as children the experience of lifting a bowl to their ear. And what are they listening for? Snap, crackle, and pop. That's sonic branding at its best, and that's the original.
There's a lot of competition out there, and food companies make their money by the amount of products we consume from them. So there's a stomach share that they're fighting for, and there are hours in the day in between breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What happens between those hours? They want us to snack. You wake up and this is what you have. Snack number 1, breakfast shake, ultra processed. This is heavily marketed for you to have on the go. Do not sit down. Do not take time to crunch through something. Snack number 2 of the day. Midday, you're starting to get a little bit peckish, and what do you have? Veggie straws. This is a good example of a health claim snacking product. Whereas before we would have had food, actual food, now we are marketed into believing that this is actually a healthy replacement. Some snacking products have now been made to be linked with being physically active. So after the gym, I have a high protein, low sugar bar instead of having a healthier option. You finish having dinner and you have these snacks that are sold to you as more to share, where in fact you can just finish them watching the TV by yourself. I do like them. I cannot stop eating them. And I literally can't. Oh, God.
I think one of the biggest problems with this kind of food is that so many of us struggle to stop eating it.
Hi, everyone. I'm so thrilled to be here today to speak with you on my research that looks at parallels between addictive substances and ultra-processed food. When we look at the sorts of foods that trigger those key diagnostic indicators of addiction, it's really clear what it's not. It's not minimally processed foods like fruits or vegetables or beans or lean meats like chicken breast. It's really processed foods. It's chocolate, it's ice cream, it's pizza. It's foods that don't exist in nature. The potency and the reward power of these ultra-processed foods can trigger an addictive response that leads them to consume these in such a compulsive way that even if they want to cut down, even if they know it's killing them, they find they can't stop.
Imagine you're trying to cut down on ultra-processed food or avoid it altogether. For a start, it might be the only food you can afford, and that is true for millions of people. But it's everywhere. And it's engineered and then marketed by some of the smartest people on Earth to be irresistible. So if someone is watching this and they are struggling with their weight, with diet-related disease, I just want to reach out and grab them and go, this is not your fault. It is not you. It is the food.
The Food and Drink Federation declined our request for an interview but provided this statement. Food and drink manufacturers take the issue of obesity and poor diets very seriously, and we know we have a key role to play in helping people to eat balanced diets. Our members continue to invest hundreds of millions of pounds in creating healthier products for shoppers. As a result, UK shopping baskets now contain significantly less salt, sugar, and calories than they did a decade ago. Companies are also working to raise the fibre, fruit, and vegetable content of their products. It's of course up to government if they want to introduce new taxes or warning labels. However, taxes will push up the cost of food and could disincentivize ongoing investment in healthier products. We think there are more effective ways to encourage positive dietary change. On labelling, we believe the UK's traffic light system is a more positive way of nudging consumers towards healthier choices than warning labels, where global evidence suggests the longer-term impact is limited. However, we would support a labelling review, including to test whether consistent positive labelling on all healthier products would help consumers. The government's Scientific Advisory Committee on Nutrition had said there's insufficient scientific evidence on the concept of ultra-processed foods for it to be used for dietary guidance or policy making, and that further research is needed. If research comes to light that processing is a cause for concern, the food industry will act quickly to change their ingredients or processes.
$16,667 of funding, which in hindsight is pretty small, but it was totally sufficient to come out to the Bay Area, live on a friend's floor, and build Bump some more. Turns out I never went back to business school, never finished that degree. I had been on the traditional path of going to business school, becoming a manager at a tech company, and then this small little random moment of the beginning of ours that we have today. But I was never a PhD researcher. Like, I never felt at home amongst those people. And that led me to drop out of the PhD program and go get a job at Texas Instruments back home in Texas. I remember sitting in my cube at TI, and I read these two 25-year-old kids sold YouTube for $1 billion. And that was the first moment that it became tangible to me that, like, oh, those guys don't look much different than I do. They don't seem that much different than I do. Could I do that sometime? Huh, maybe. If you were a smart engineer that aspired to do more than engineering, at least in my era, the next step was to go to business school. So you would go and get your MBA and then graduate and become a manager at some tech company. So I pursued that path. I went to University of Chicago. I started my MBA, and that was like what I thought I was going to do. But then the first week of business school, I showed up, we're in a big room, you're meeting all your classmates, and the iPhone had just come out. And we were all trying to get each other's phone numbers so we could text each other to like meet up. And one day I typed in like 10 people's phone numbers and asked them to spell their last name. And then I called them and they dismissed the call and they added my contact to their phone. And I just thought, like, well, this is ridiculous. Why are we doing this? We have these supercomputers that can run apps now in our pockets. Why hasn't somebody solved this? The idea that you could share contact information by taking two phones and bumping them together popped into my head in an accounting class one day.
If you want to share contact info with a bump, there's an app for that.
That became Bump. I emailed my buddy Andy to see if we could build it, and we started working on it. We worked on it for maybe 3 or 4 weeks, just kind of on nights and weekends as a side project, submitted it to the App Store for approval. The app went live at the end of March 2009, and we did no promotion. It just went on the App Store and some people found it. I think the first day, like tens of people found it. And the second day, hundreds of people found it. And the third day, thousands of people found it. And so pretty quickly, it just started to take off. And we did a bunch of work then afterwards to try to get the word out. We talked to press. I would go hit up any blogger that I could find. But it really was driven by word of mouth. I think I learned a few things from the beginning of Bump. One is anybody can build anything. Like, we had no expertise in doing this. We just figured it out. And I think the other thing that really resonated in hindsight is that when you're building a product for yourself, you can really trust your own intuition about what it should be and how it should work. We weren't mobile app developers. We didn't know anything about building consumer products. I just wanted to build a product that I enjoyed, and I wanted to make it really good. And so all of the design decisions that we made just kind of fell out from my intuition. So step one is find a problem that bugs you about the world. And step two is go build it. In the early days of building a product, like, you have to do everything. There's no team that's going to support you. There's no marketing team. There's no engineering team. It's just you. All three of the founders were former engineers. And so we just divided things up. Obviously, Andy was the best coder, so Andy wrote all the code. I worked on kind of the algorithm and the design, and Jake helped with design and the early promotion of the product. And so we kind of needed an excuse for the school and for our parents to work on Bump, but have it be like more legitimate, I guess, than just messing around with a side project. So we decided to apply to YC on a whim.
So our goal is to turn Bump into a verb, just like Google has become a verb today. And we're looking forward to doing that this summer. Thanks.
We got into YC, and the program was to come out to California for the summer for 3 months and build your startup. We got $16,667 of funding, which in hindsight is pretty small, but it was totally sufficient to come out to the Bay Area, live on a friend's floor, and build Bump some more. Turns out I never went back to business school, never finished that degree. I had been on the traditional path of going to business school, becoming a manager at a tech company, and then this small little random moment of took me on a completely different career journey. And YC went really well. Throughout the batch, the product kept growing. And by the time demo day came around in August, we were actually the #2 app on the entire App Store. So we were like the most popular app in the world, other than iGlowStick, which always will bother me. our demo day pitch was pretty simple. I showed a map of bumps happening live around the world, and the map was just lighting up every second. And so everybody realized that Bump was like the hottest thing around. MC Hammer invested. People were dressing up as Bump as their Halloween costume that fall. Steve Jobs put our icon on a slide on one of his pitch decks. We were the hot app of the time. The problem was people didn't keep using the app. And I think this is a thing that took us many years to figure out. The frequency of use of Bump was too low for the value that it provided people. If you think about kind of a 2x2 grid where there's high frequency and low frequency, and then high value per interaction and low value per interaction, obviously you want to be in the high frequency, high value box. That's the best place to be. And it's okay if you're in the low frequency, high value or high frequency, low value, but there's one box you don't want to be in, which is the low frequency, low value box. And that's where we found ourselves with Bump. And in hindsight, I realized we made a ton of mistakes. We didn't ever have a credible idea for how we would make Bump a business. We hired a bunch of people to just keep up with demand. And, in hindsight, we probably should have hired a lot slower. We spent time going to conferences. All the VCs wanted to talk to us, so we took all the meetings. We raised too much money too quickly because we could, and it prevented us from realizing the real problems that we had in our business. All the classic mistakes that we at YC now try to teach founders to avoid, we made them all. Ultimately, we finally kind of came to terms that this might not work. What are we going to do? And so we went back to the very basic YC startup advice, which is talk to your users. If you don't know what to do, go talk to your users. We were many years into the Bump journey. We burned $10 million or more, probably more. Probably $15 million. And I asked our team, give me the email addresses of the top 100 users of Bump around the world. And that day I just emailed them all personally. And I said, hey, I'm the founder of Bump. You're one of our best users. Would you mind talking to me on the phone today? And that day I ended up talking to maybe 20 or 30 of those people. And I learned some interesting things. We knew from our data that they were all primarily using Bump to share photos and not share contact information. But I didn't understand why, what was the context? And by talking to those people, I heard over and over and over again that day that they were using it to share photos of their family with their family members. And that was something that was a big surprise to us. We had no idea. And when we thought about it, we realized, well, the Bump product is actually not the best product in the world if you were going to solve that problem. To solve that problem, you don't want to physically have to touch your hands together in order to give somebody some photos. So we realized, well, if we're going to solve the photo sharing problem, we should build a really great app for that. And that's where we kicked off building our second app, which was called Flock. So with Flock, you would just install the app, you'd go live your life, you'd take photos as you normally do, and it would figure out which photos you took in the presence of your actual friends. And we did this with geolocation, with social graph, a bunch of other inputs, and help you share those photos with the people that you took them with. And so we would go talk to people and ask them, hey, what do you think of Flock? Isn't it great? And they would say, oh yeah, I love it. It's so great. And then it turns out they weren't using it. I think it's really hard to get people to tell you hard things. And so the best way to do it is to actually look at quantitative data, look at the logs, see if people are actually using it, look at your retention curves. These things are really simple, especially when you have very few users. This was a pretty tough period, right? We had all these expectations on us. We had 150 million users of Bump. We're running out of money. And so I felt a lot of pressure. This was probably one of the most challenging periods of my life. And I just wanted to figure out a way to keep this airplane from crashing. And so we went to PG. We talked to Paul Graham and we told him what's going on. Here's our status. He made us kind of think a little bit bigger than we were thinking. So we showed him Flock and we said, we've got this really awesome photo sharing app, but nobody's using it. It's the app on the phone. Then people will probably use your sharing product. And at the time, I thought that was preposterous. How could we ever do that? That would be impossible. But as we got thinking about it, we realized, the Photos app on the iPhone isn't that good. And if we were designing it, we would make it way better. So we decided to go build that product with, 4 or 5 months of runway left. We called it Photo Roll. We never launched it. It ran only on my iPhone because we never scaled it to work on anybody else's. But it was the product that we wanted as users of photos and iPhones at the time. So I went around and tried to talk to a bunch of companies to see, who might want to buy Bump, who might value this Photo Roll idea that we had. And it really was hard for me to accept, but like no one wanted Bump. It was not valuable. But this idea of Photo Roll and the demo that we had built was something that several companies indicated, you might be right. Like maybe that should be the Photos app of the future. Ultimately, we sold the company to Google, and the plan was to go turn Photo Roll, rebuild it with Google technology, and make it Google Photos. I was actually pretty optimistic about what we could do. We had an aligned plan, like it was very clear we were gonna go build this product, and I was just certain in my bones that it was gonna be a winner. Then we showed up to Google on the first day, and there had been a reorg. And all of the plans that we were tasked to go work on Google+, the social network. And I basically just believed so strongly, based on all of the time that we had spent working on Bump, that I was certain Google Photos would be a billion user product if we built it. And I kind of just didn't do what my bosses asked me to do. And it created a ton of conflict. I was definitely not the model employee. I just kind of did it on the back burner. I would go every day and do my day job. And then in the afternoon, I'd go spend some time with our lead designer and design Google Photos. And we did that over several weeks. And we got to a point where we had a plan for like what we would go build. I started to get some support from the engineers on the team. They all looked at what we were working on and they said, oh, I want that product too. Like, why don't we build that instead of this social network that we don't necessarily want? And we just kind of like slowly got some groundswell support, despite the fact that our bosses really were explicitly telling us not to do that. I think a big part of this for me personally was we had this enormous opportunity with Bump, and then by many measures, we'd blown it, right? We ruined it. And I didn't want to be a loser. I didn't want to have spent the last 5 years of my life building this thing that ultimately like wouldn't have any legacy in the world. And I saw the opportunity with Google Photos to build something that would be very long lasting, that would make all the work that we did on Bump, the 30 people that worked at Bump over those years, make all of their contributions actually matter in the world. And I just couldn't let it go. Like I couldn't say no to that opportunity. I didn't want Bump to be a failure. And so I just didn't take no for an answer. When the bosses told me, we're not doing Google Photos, I said, okay, boss. And then I went and worked on Google Photos. So ultimately, they told me to leave the team, right? In fact, twice I was fired from the team and told to go find a new role at Google. I called in a bunch of favors. We had a bunch of friends throughout the valley that knew various people at Google. And I just used every single pathway I could to get support to build Google Photos. And eventually, we won the battle and we were given the green light to go build it. So I think this is a lesson that took me a while to learn, but you can take way more risk than you think. And if you do, there's big upside available. So once we got the green light, it was a team of like 20 of us from Bump latched on to maybe a team of like 100 people, core people from Google, with access to all of this incredible technology. And we were able to build all of Google Photos basically from scratch in about 9 months. And we launched it at Google I/O in 2015.
I'm thrilled to introduce a brand new product, Google Photos.
The core idea of Google Photos was a home for all of your life's memories. It was a place you could keep your photos and videos. We did very early pioneering work on AI to make them searchable, organize your photos by face, create things, do editing for you. It was this idea of building a photo assistant for every human on the planet. Google Photos was a hit from day one, and it grew like crazy after that. Things were great. We were like an autonomous team inside of Google. We could build what we wanted. I was the product lead, probably the best period of my career in terms of just building and iterating really quickly. The next few years, things were great. Google Photos grew to more than 1 billion users in less than 4 years, which I think is the fastest growing product of all time, at least at the time. So things were good. We were popping champagne in the office. Everything was groovy. And then I got cancer. Whale, we know. No, it's leukemia. Surprise. I was feeling just kind of a little tired. This was in the middle of COVID. We had just had our first kid, so I had a 5-month-old. I wasn't sleeping very much. And I just kind of felt a little run down, a little tired. made sense. I'd been working nonstop for the last 15 years, but I decided to, on a whim, go to One Medical on Valencia Street in San Francisco and get checked out. The next day, they did the cursory blood test just to be sure. And I got the emergency phone call from the Atlanta Dispatch Center. And the person on the line said, "You need to go to the ER as soon as possible. There's something very wrong with your blood." I went to the San Francisco with my wife. We're double masked. This is the height of COVID. And they took me back and poked and prodded. And, the doctors' faces were all very serious. And so I realized, oh, shit, this might be a big deal. For 24 hours, they really didn't have anything to tell me. They ruled out a few things, but it was clear they didn't know what was wrong with me yet.
Just talk to the ER nurse here. It doesn't look good.
And I remember that night was probably the hardest single night of my life. I thought I might die. I tried to calculate the probability in my head, just given the inputs I had been given. What was the chance I didn't wake up in the morning? And in my head that night, I had pegged it at 50%. So I thought that was it. There's a chance, a coin flip. Maybe I don't wake up. So what did I do? When you think about being faced with the end of your life, and you can imagine it sometimes and think what would I do if I knew I was going to die? Well, I did. And what I did was look at photos and videos on Google Photos of my family. I decided I don't want to die in my sleep, so I'm going to stay awake as long as possible tonight and just enjoy. And I fell asleep. And I woke up the next morning and I was alive. And it was pretty amazing to wake up and be alive. You take that for granted every day, don't you? But then that day, they came in and they said, "Hey, we're going to do one more test." And they did a bone marrow biopsy. And they pretty quickly concluded I had leukemia, which was not good news. But the good news was there were paths to treat it. And the doctor said, "We're going to get started tomorrow." And so at that point, I was kind of all right, I got dealt a tough hand. That sucks. But I know what I need to do. And I've done hard things before. So let's get it done. So the treatment plan was basically 1 year of what I would call hard chemo, followed by 3 years of easier chemo. It was a challenging year. I was in the hospital for 38 days straight.
Harper, it's day 26 of Papa's chemo. We're almost done. We're just waiting for the cells to come back, right?
I remember when I got out, my wife picked me up and we rolled the window down of the car and I smelled the smells of San Francisco. And it was the most amazing thing that I had ever experienced. It really changed my mindset of how I wanted to spend the rest of my life. Go. I realized one more thing, which was the job that I had been doing at Google over the years. It had evolved, and it wasn't anymore the job that I loved, which was building products for users. I just got this bonus life period granted to me. I thought I was going to die, and now I didn't. And I have this extra piece of life. How do I want to spend it? And the answer was not to be a bureaucrat at a big company. I wanted to work with people who were building the future. I left Google in September 2022 and joined YC and started working with founders immediately. Working at YC is great. You get to be in the trenches working with the people who are at the frontier of the future, and you get to tell them all the mistakes you made and support them along the way, and maybe be that honest voice that I wish I had had in hindsight in building my startup. Having gone through what I've gone through, both in the personal realm and also professionally, I've realized now my role is to be the coach rather than the player on the field. Be the person who can help the next generation of founders build the products that we will all use in the future.
Yo, shout that young brother out for his testimony. What his name is? David Lieb. Well, that is. Shout that brother David Lieb up. But yeah, he's the brother that created your whole Google's Photos, John. I'm not sure if y'all love Google Photos or not. I'm telling you, that's what bro standing on. Being a creator of that type of energy. So I definitely want to shout him out before I go to the next John. Started covering this Honda John, but I'm not going. Oh yeah, I have another one I need to cover really fast. I'm gonna do this one right here, and then I'm gonna go to my other one. Share this tab.
Fontana, California, in front of him. Moments later, he was killed. The 35-year-old left behind his wife and 2 kids, the details of which have been hidden from the public. Video and data gathered from these crashes by the Wall Street Journal shows that Tesla's heavy reliance on cameras for its autopilot technology, which differs from the rest of the industry, is putting the public at risk. Teslas operating in autopilot have been involved in hundreds of crashes across U.S. roads and highways since 2016. Over the years, Tesla CEO Elon Musk has maintained the technology is safe.
I do think that long-term it can reduce accidents by a factor of 10.
We're solving just a very important part of AI, and one that can ultimately save millions of lives and prevent tens of millions of serious injuries.
The safety per mile is better than human driving.
Leading expert on autonomous driving, Missy Cummings, who's been critical of Tesla, warned of the risks of semi-autonomous vehicles in 2016.
There is no question that someone is going to die in this technology. The question is when.
Public Safety Administration or NHTSA.
I am besieged with requests from families of people who have been killed in Tesla crashes. It's really tough to explain to them that, you know, this is the way the tech was designed.
Since 2021, NHTSA has launched a series of investigations into autopilot. They've released little information about them, and the cars remain on the road. Also in 2021, NHTSA ordered car makers to report all serious crashes involving semi-autonomous driving systems like autopilot. But much of the data Tesla submitted has been hidden from public view because the company considers it proprietary. To unlock it, the journal gathered reports from individual states standing concerns of the 1,000 plus crashes tell that 44 of them occurred when Teslas in autopilot veered suddenly. 31 occurred when a Tesla in autopilot failed to stop or yield for an obstacle in front of it. Orlando, Florida, Guadalupe County, Texas. A Model 3 plowed through an intersection and off the road. These failure to stop crashes, like the one that killed Stephen Hendrickson, account for the most serious injuries and deaths in the cases the journal unlocked.
I had to hang up the phone and look at both my kids as they're crying, and they're telling me to tell them it's not, and he won't be coming home.
Tesla has said drivers operating in auto say Stephen Hendrickson was warned to keep his hands on the wheel 19 times before he crashed, and that his car initiated braking before impact. But whether or not a driver is alert, it's important to know how autopilot performed, and that can only be seen through the large amounts of internal video and data Teslas record. The journal obtained video and partial data from the Hendrickson crash and asked experts to analyze it.
The kind of thing on the pictures of an overturned double trailer, it just didn't know what it was. There were some lights there, but the lights were in unusual positions. A person would have clearly said something big is in the middle of the road. But the way machine learning works is it trains it on a bunch of examples. And if it encounters something it doesn't have a bunch of examples for, it may have no idea what's going on.
Experts say this illustrates a fundamental flaw in the autopilot technology. It relies mainly on cameras or computer vision, with radar as a backup in some models.
Other driving assist cars, they have radar, computer vision, and LiDAR, laser ranging, that kind of helps you detect obstacles. But the LiDAR is very expensive.
Expensive sensors
that are unnecessary. It's like having a whole bunch of expensive appendices.
Instead, Tesla's camera-based system relies on humans to train it on obstacles.
They're learning. They're only learning at the rate that the companies are deciding to retrain the algorithms.
So I'm going to turn autopilot on right now. I just pull my finger down like that one time. As you can see on the screen, the visualizations have started.
John Bernal is a former Tesla employee who was fired in 2022 after posting videos of autopilot failures. Tesla has not commented publicly on his dismissal.
So as we downtown side of the road being parked, you'll see pedestrians walking the sidewalk. Originally started at Tesla in August 2020 as a data annotation specialist. That role primarily relied on me taking image data and labeling it to train the technology on what a car was, what a pedestrian was, maybe an animal, a lane line, or what a red light rate. And the car has 8 cameras, specifically 3 right here in the front. And so as that truck just went across us, it's actually going through the plane of multiple different cameras. And one camera, it may have looked perfectly on the ground and centered, but another camera, it could have been 6 feet ahead or 6 feet behind, or maybe 5 feet floating in the air. And those are things I've noticed while labeling these image clips, is that these cameras are not calibrated properly. And so what looks true in one camera will not be true in another camera.
If the cameras aren't seeing the same thing, they can encounter significant challenges identifying
when he was driving so much. He'd leave about 3 a.m. to get to work by 6 all over SoCal.
If the cars do a pretty good job, not perfect, but pretty good, we develop a false sense of trust in them. And this overconfidence it's both coming from the levers of the tech, but it's also coming from the top down.
The Model S and Model X at this point can drive autonomously with greater safety than a person.
We've gone over this multiple times, like, are we sure we have the right sensor suite? Should we add anything more? No.
The car currently drives me around Austin most of the time with no interventions.
The Department of Justice is investigating Tesla for its marketing of autopilot. Tesla disputes claims they misled the public about the car's capabilities. Janelle Hendrickson's case against Tesla is set to go to trial in 2025.
People are still going to buy Tesla. They're still going to support Elon Musk. Doesn't matter how many accidents there are. But at least understand your car and understand your car's capability before you just put your entire life behind that.
Computer vision is such a deeply flawed technology, and we're not doing enough to determine how to fix its gaps and how to make it recognize objects. I look into my crystal ball, what do I see coming? I see that having the car do most of the driving for you and requiring you to pay attention to make sure nothing bad happens, we're going to keep in the cars.
Liechtenstein's reputation takes a dive because of this tax scandal. A few years later, newer internal data become public. Heinrich Kieber, the great-grandnephew of the last soldier, sends information to the German news service, which belongs to the LGT Bank. It's the downfall of the former postal minister of Germany, Klaus Zumwinkel. What's especially delicate is the fact that the bank belongs to the princely family. And based on these data, the managing board, including Prince Philip, the brother of the ruling prince, was indicted by the Germans for complicity in tax fraud. But after paying 50 million euros to tax authorities, the proceedings against the LGT group are closed. This was a huge damage to the image both for the LGT group and the House of Liechtenstein. Since the data were stolen, all those critics that Liechtenstein could keep at bay for many decades could no longer be held back. Now they have evidence. Liechtenstein is a tax haven. In the Principality, masses of illegal money are stored. The lottery fights back.
In 1945, we were surely one of the poorer countries, and today we're among the wealthy. Why did the others not grow as fast? This is a question they should ask themselves and not ask, why are we a tax haven? And if they insist on doing so, they should ask themselves, why are they not as attractive as we are?
Liechtenstein ist einer der schlimmsten Fälle überhaupt. Bei mehr als 10 Punkten gibt es Probleme. Da sind starke Defizite bei der Identifizierung von Kunden, bei finanziellen Reglementierungen oder was das Melden verdächtiger Transaktionen angeht. In all diesen Punkten muss Liechtenstein sein System der Bekämpfung von Geldwäsche von Grund auf erneuern.
To their dismay, all eyes are on Liechtenstein. The country in which taxes had been evaded begin to show interest in their secret bank data.
Whenever governmental authorities purchase stolen bank information, it clashes with Liechtenstein's legal understanding. The recent discussions in the media regarding data privacy and what secret agencies are allowed to do and what they should not show that this entire issue is very problematic.
You could also simply give someone in Germany a lot of money and ask him to steal documents from somebody else. So, where do you draw the line? What is still permitted under constitutional law? And what is still comprehensible? You have to keep in mind that the international legal situation back then was quite different than it is today. And we certainly have more technical aids available, as well as the international exchange of information is very different today.
Liechtenstein approaches its critics and develops the Weißgeldstrategie, meaning the clean money strategy.
White money strategy means that we have to make sure the money has been declared and continuously make sure that it continues to be declared. In addition, we need to be certain that the funds do not come from dubious sources. We at the bank and at other banks proceed just like in Switzerland. We do not accept money from someone if we notice that it has not been taxed.
Thanks to this clean money strategy, the Principality of Liechtenstein is removed from the blacklist. 10% of the employees in financial services eventually lose their jobs, and trust foundations and capital drains are canceled. But today, the Principality has its own financial market authority and receives international praise for its transparency. Well, not all countries have followed Liechtenstein's example, obviously, but of all things, a state in the United States of America has a similar foundation law as Liechtenstein. That's astounding. In Delaware, it is still possible to invest money completely anonymously. On the Cayman Islands, which belong to Great Britain, it is possible too. With the clean money strategy, Liechtenstein makes improvements regarding transparency. However, there is another issue that is longing to be improved. In the mid-1970s, it was a given that women were allowed to vote in Europe. All of Europe? No. One small country between Switzerland and Austria does not allow women to vote, Liechtenstein.
Well, Liechtenstein was the last country in Europe to introduce women's right to vote. Back then, I was 9 years old.
My mother used to drive through the country with the car and had this poster, pro-women's suffrage, on the back, but it wasn't particularly successful.
I was very disappointed.
They were well aware that many men would
Government demand women's suffrage, but the men of the general population do not hesitate to protest, even though the Landtag had unanimously passed a bill allowing women's suffrage in 1971. Thanks to the direct democratic regulations in Liechtenstein, the electorate, which means the men who were eligible to vote, vote against it.
I was wondering how it could actually be that most men denied us women political rights and considered us to be minors. That really made me very angry. I think it is partially because in the Principality of Liechtenstein, the roles of men and women were very clearly defined. So it was basically tradition that politics was a man's thing and women were obviously responsible for other areas.
We don't need to mention legal relations. The Constitution says that all state citizens are equal before the law.
Liechtenstein applies for a seat in the European Council. It is now that the women of Liechtenstein grab the chance to go to Strasbourg. They look for allies in the parliament, and the protest seems to be successful.
A few days before the referendum at the plenary meeting of the European Council, we had to step up and answer a few questions. However, the committee had quite a few female members from Scandinavia, and they basically asked us how we could dare come if we were not even able to introduce women's rights to vote.
So in summary, we realized, even though they all kept trying to prevent it and stop us from going there in the first place.
Der Liechtensteiner Landtag ist einstimmig für die Einführung des Frauenstimmrechts. Erstmals seit 12 Jahren befasste sich der Landtag des Fürstentums Liechtensteins wieder mit der Frage des Frauenstimmrechts. Diskussionslos wurde der neue Verfassungsartikel verabschiedet, der das Frauenstimmrecht auf Landesebene einführen soll.
One of the reasons surely lies in the fact that over many centuries, at least 1/3 of the male population here in Liechtenstein married women from abroad. Already 200 years ago, the women of Liechtenstein intervened with the Balivik Vaduz and demanded that no man would be allowed to marry foreigners until every woman in the country had found a suitable husband.
Today, we have a generation of young women who are highly educated, very highly in many cases actually, who are independent and who know what they want. They're employed and therefore independent in many ways. I personally believe that we have undergone great steps regarding emancipation and equality of women.
Some certain traditions were a real hindrance for women's right to vote. However, basically, traditions are something very beautiful. Marriage, for example. In 1993, a very special wedding was celebrated in this country. The heir to the throne, Alois of Liechtenstein, and the Bavarian princess Sophie get married. Traditionally, the princely family is not
Whenever you click accept on a terms of service, what exactly are you signing away? It's probably
Now they're using the husband's Disney Plus subscription as the reason why.
hidden in that mountain of legal jargon you scan through when signing up for subscriptions like Disney Plus is a nefarious clause that waives a fundamental right for consumers and protects negligent companies from accountability. You know, a totally reasonable exchange to stream Inside Out to. This quiet tactic isn't just weaponized by Disney, but by countless other multi-billion-dollar behemoths. And don't just think you'll beat them at their game by actually reading their terms and conditions. These life-altering clauses lurk in places you might not even expect. Airbnb used it when someone was murdered at one of their properties, and Wayfair used it to crush a legal challenge over allegedly shipping customers furniture infested with bed bugs. Intrigued by the absurdity of these cases, I had to figure out what was going on. What legal? How long can companies like Disney get away with it? And what more do we as consumers stand to lose? To start out, I called the lawyer for another case you might have heard about.
The McGinty's were out to dinner with friends. They ordered an Uber to go home. They started traveling home, and everything seemed normal until all of a sudden they were screaming, bracing for impact as they realized that their Uber driver, who had been fussing with the application, was running a red light, and they were about to slam into a van that was taking workers home from a local warehouse to their collection point. John really thought that was the end of his wife's life. Georgia suffered fractures to her sternum, to her ribs. She suffered tears to her abdominal wall and had to undergo numerous surgeries and will still likely be going under surgeries for the rest of her life.
So the McGinty's sued to compensate them for the financial, physical, and emotional toll the accident had taken on them. Uber cooperated for nearly a year until suddenly its tune changed.
After it had gotten information from us in discovery, it decided it wasn't going to provide its answers. It wasn't going to respond to our demands. It was instead going to try to compel arbitration.
What is arbitration? Why does it matter? It's something the McGinty's agreed to, Uber argues, when they hit accept on the terms of service for their Uber Eats account. And at first glance, it actually seems like a good deal. Instead of going through the typical lengthy and very expensive legal process, Uber and the McGinty's would have an independent third party, called an arbitrator, decide the case. So no judge, jury, or courtroom is involved.
If you were to read about arbitration in a textbook, you might think this is great for consumers. It's faster, it's cheaper, and they'll be able to get a fair adjudication of the results by a professional in the field. But that just is not how it plays out in reality for several reasons.
Arbitration clauses keep considering that a person living their lives might see as absolutely terrible. An arbitrator might have seen many times before, and so it might not shock the arbitrator in the same way, and so the arbitrator is going to feel less sympathy for the person who was injured, perhaps, and they might feel like awarding less money.
Corporations also get to pick the companies that provide the arbitration.
There's a professor at Harvard who agreed to serve as an arbitrator for one of the big arbitration providers.
In the first few cases, she decided in favor of the companies. But when she decided in favor of consumers,
not only did the arbitration provider stop sending her cases, it told the parties to some other arbitrations that had already been assigned to her that she had a scheduling conflict, which she testified in Congress she did not in fact have.
Sovern told me that there are many years where, in the United States, more people are struck by lightning than win in an arbitration case. Arbitration has, in the last few decades, avoided any and all responsibility for reckless, immoral, or illegal actions. It undermines any attempt at institutional change through legal means for two simple reasons. The first involves what's called discovery.
Discovery is the process by which the parties exchange information. You can make the other side answer questions. You can make them turn over documents. You can make them sit for a deposition.
Discovery is one of the critical ways that people, consumers, can hold companies accountable. Damning memos may be submitted for evidence and eventually published in the public record.
Years ago, Ford made Pintos, and the Pintos had gas tanks that exploded and injured people. And that raised questions of, well, why did they put the gas tanks where they would explode and injure people when the Pintos got into a crash? And it's through discovery that you can find that out.
Without discovery made public, we would have never known that Ford knew about this gas tank hazard and chose to do nothing about it. These damning discoveries can be used by other lawyers to apply even more
bad publicity. The public is not going to punish you. It's not going to boycott your product if you just keep doing it, because the public may never know about it.
And that's exactly what happens in arbitration. Any uncovered evidence, it stays a secret. If the McGinty's found a memo from an executive that proved Uber knew their app was distracting drivers, it might help the McGinty's win their arbitration, but that memo will remain a secret to the rest of the world, including future victims. In other words, corporations can keep up with business as usual. There is no reason for them to do better or to stop harming the public. Imagine, for instance, if tobacco companies were able to conceal their decades-long knowledge that smoking was addictive and cancerous from the public.
More doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
The second reason arbitration kills institutional change involves precedent. In other words, past court decisions that can be used to bolster future cases. If a court decides that Uber is responsible for the actions of their drivers, that decision would have disastrous consequences for their business model. In arbitration, the arbitrator could make the same decision, but with a quiet payment, Uber never has to deal with this kind of legal apocalypse. It hasn't always been like this. Arbitration agreements existed, but were fairly limited in scope. They would cover disputes that were directly related to the contract use. Your company, if they started, say, secretly dumping toxic waste into your backyard 20 years after you left the company, now they might. Infinite arbitration clauses are those that can mandate arbitration for almost any kind of dispute pertaining to the parent company and its affiliates forever. Let's unpack that.
If you open an account with Wells Fargo and there's an arbitration clause in there, and it's written very broadly, not just to cover the account that you've opened, but to cover the situation where they open an account that you know nothing about, that they don't tell you about, well, then you're stuck with that arbitration clause for that other account as well.
Just a point of clarification. Yes, Wells Fargo did do this. And yes, they tried to weasel out of a class action with their arbitration clause.
Corporations are trying to expand the reach of arbitration and the breadth of their arbitration clauses to cover as many circumstances as possible because it's more favorable for them, even though it's worse for the everyday consumer.
At a bank, a customer's chair collapsed. When he tried to sue for his injuries, he was forced into arbitration because of the terms of his bank account. Did Wayfair knowingly sell consumers products infested with bed bugs? One consumer started a class action on those grounds, but the case was instead sent to arbitration. The reason? The terms of service posted on the Wayfair website said consumers were bound to arbitration. The plaintiff didn't even click I agree. General Mills tried to set a policy that liking any of their social media posts amounted to opting in to their forced arbitration policy. After a public outcry, they backed off. In another case surrounding the murder of a 17-year-old at an Airbnb, the company tried to force the victim's mother into arbitration when she filed a wrongful death claim. The victim didn't rent the property, neither did the mother. But the mother signed up for an Airbnb account 4 years prior when a user agreement clauses can be buried not only in terms and conditions, but in warranties, privacy policies, in user manuals. They're truly everywhere. All of these consumer products have some form of arbitration clause.
It's not just that arbitration is unfair, or even that
the mother. Now, they might. Infinite arbitration clauses are those that can mandate arbitration for almost any kind of dispute pertaining to the parent company and its affiliates forever. Let's unpack that.
If you open an account with Wells, very broadly, not just to cover the account that you've opened, but to cover the situation where they open an account that you know nothing about, that they don't tell you about, well, then you're stuck with that arbitration clause for that other account as well.
Just a point of clarification. Yes, Wells Fargo did do this. And yes, they tried to weasel out of a class action with their arbitration clause.
corporations are trying to expand the reach of arbitration and the breadth of their arbitration clauses to cover as many circumstances as possible because it's more favorable for them, even though it's worse for the everyday consumer.
At a bank, a customer's chair collapsed. When he tried to sue for his injuries, he was forced into arbitration because of the terms of his bank account. Did Wayfair knowingly sell consumers products infested with bed bugs? One consumer started a class action on those grounds on the Wayfair website said consumers were bound to arbitration. The plaintiff didn't even click I agree. General Mills tried to set a policy that liking any of their social media posts amounted to opting in to their forced arbitration policy. After a public outcry, they backed off. In another case surrounding the murder of a 17-year-old at an Airbnb, the company tried to force the victim's mother into arbitration when she filed a wrongful death claim. The victim didn't rent the property, neither did the mother. But the mother signed up for an Airbnb account 4 years prior when a user agreement regarding arbitration was allegedly signed. Arbitration clauses can be buried not only in terms and conditions, but in warranties, privacy policies, in user manuals. They're truly everywhere. All of these consumer products have some form of arbitration clause.
It's not just that arbitration is unfair, or even that these arbitration agreements are written in an unfair way, but that they're presented to consumers in an unfair way. Look here at Uber's own 2021 terms and conditions. It takes up something like 14 of the 17 8x11 pages here in my hand, and a consumer is supposed to identify that by flipping through their iPhone, either on a sidewalk while trying to frantically order a ride, or at the dinner table with screaming family members desperate to get their dinner ordered. It's an absurdity. While corporations are trying to expand the scope of arbitration, they're making their arbitration agreements practically illegible. Here, Georgia McGinty is an attorney, and even she would have no idea what was meant by Uber's arbitration agreement.
It's unclear where the case will ultimately land. There is one government agency that could rein in infinite arbitration clauses, like the one that strapped the McGinty's. Just so happens to be the same agency Elon Musk wants to delete.
Congress gave the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau the power to restrict arbitration clauses in consumer financial contracts. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau tried to do that in 2017 by saying that arbitration clauses that provided for class action waivers were not effective. In other words, you could still have a class action even though you'd agreed to an arbitration clause.
The issue ended up in Congress, where Republicans tried to block the new CFPB rule.
The industry fought against it very hard.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50.
Then Vice President Pence cast the tie-breaking vote in the Senate late at night.
With that vote and Trump's signature, the CFPB's new rules on arbitration were dead.
The CFPB still has used that power since.
The CFPB has since proposed other rules, but those rules could ultimately get vetoed by Congress again. There are other solutions, however. Congress has already limited forced arbitration for specific cases like sexual assault. There's no reason that they couldn't do more, say, for consumer lawsuits. Senator Sherrod Brown also introduced the FAIR Act, which bars forced arbitration clauses in consumer, antitrust, employment, and civil rights cases, but it has yet to get a vote. What's clear is that any effort to hold corporations accountable for their grotesque use of forced arbitration clauses have largely fallen short because most people are ignorant about this plight until it's too late. When these clauses do get attention, like in the case of General Mills, companies tend to back off. After public backlash, Disney finally gave up their attempt to use a Disney Plus subscription to force arbitration on that wrongful death lawsuit at Disney Springs, for instance. By not talking about these hidden, incomprehensible clauses, we're only playing into the hands of negligent corporations that one day might want to silence us. Thank you so much for watching our video. If you have any ideas or
Yo, say that, little bro. I know y'all heard little bro going in. Dang, y'all didn't even get to see little bro, so I ain't even got nothing really to say about little bro. But little bro did a good job. Shout him out for presenting the facts. One of the main thing that stuck out to me in that whole reporting is this really those guys with the biscuit guys that wanted make it if you like a post, you're not signed into a weird ass arbitrary type of weird situation. For real.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, like, even Airbnb. What if I delete the whole account? Are they still gonna nope? You signed up before,
Mm-hmm.
but I deleted everything. They're requesting my information.
But remember that was maybe that's probably the only thing you can do, request your information, and then like if they don't do that part, then maybe that's another lawsuit or some type of something about something. But yeah, I don't know. These some funny guys, bro. Definitely hearing this situation and listening to what people going through. But like I said, this is who they is though. They always try to find a way to get you. Same thing with the IRS and all these other people. So it's just another fucking yes, ma'am. Man, what is I gotta switch headphones 2 seconds. This down is right in my pizzazz. Let me go to this. Oh yeah, they said we paying more for car insurance. They said we got more accidents down in Florida and more da da da, more da da da, more da da da. So that's what they saying. More people die from car accidents in Florida. What else they said?
Closed down at the Baltimore Peninsula for the grand opening of a much anticipated vegan fast food restaurant, which was founded by a Baltimore native. WMAR News' Janae Wright was at the grand opening, which also served as a homecoming celebration for Pinky Cole Hayes. Janae?
That's right, Jeff. This grand opening had it all. A DJ, the Baltimore Twilighters, small business vendors, and most importantly, food. This highly anticipated event brought out hundreds of people down to the Baltimore Peninsula, many people waiting hours to get their first taste of slutty vegan.
To some, this may look like just burgers and fries, but it's bigger than that. This is community building, ecosystem building. We're doing something that has never been.
Native Pinky Cole Hayes cut the ribbon to her 12th location with tears of joy in her eyes. The fast food restaurant in the peninsula is the first in Baltimore since Slutty Vegan first got its start 6 years ago. Hundreds of people waited in line for hours in 30-degree weather, including Aja Lewis and Shayla Jenkins, who say they couldn't miss the grand opening.
I'm very excited. I'm not even a vegan, but I'm here to support Slutty Vegan.
We spoke with Pinky Cole Hayes, who says she was overwhelmed to see so many people at the event, many whom she has known for years, and others who she met for the first time.
It's probably one of the longest lines that I've had. And any Slutty Vegan opening, it's such a great feeling. I'm so humble. All these people came out for me.
Not only did people get to experience her vegan burgers for the first time, but they also got a sneak preview of her other restaurant, Bar Vegan.
I'm proud of her, and I'm glad she brought it back to us. It feels good.
Pinky says she's also proud to bring more jobs to Baltimore, especially for teens and young adults.
It's cool that they get to see this for the first time, and they love their jobs already, so that makes me feel good that I'm providing opportunities for them.
And Pinky also more to never give up on their dreams, and you can have success with hard work and the right support.
And Pinky Cole Hayes also received a governor's citation from Wes Moore in honor of her partnership with the development of the Baltimore and the opening of her new businesses. Jeff?
That's that Baltimore weather. I don't know. But me seeing Pinky's home, I'm like, God damn, I haven't.
Welcome back. We're starting off with the West 2 News on.
But yeah, that's fly. That's fly. Price is nice. You seen the prices? Something called a fussy hussy. $19. I seen something else, $18. I don't really know. Maybe these are meal combos. And you know vegan food is hella expensive anyways, because come on. Nigga buy you some goddamn, put some dino kale on your plate, put some quinoa on your plate. You already should be looking at 20 plus. So, I understand. I gotta go. Matter of fact, I gotta go back and look at that pussy though. Cause I don't know what. Yeah, that be was hella expensive to me. I'm trying to find, but that's the thing. It's not a burger. These are meals. These are meals, bro. And I haven't been to a fast food restaurant in so long, so I don't even know what meal
Closed down
prices
at
is.
the Baltimore Peninsula for the grand opening.
I don't really know what the average meal price is necessarily. So let me just go check her shit out. Like I said, let's not hate on her. But you know, people should be expensive because they be like, come to the restaurant. You see the prices. And their whole thing, and hopefully that you drove so fast that you just at least got to get a apple pie or cheesecake. Cheesecake $7, but you. Yeah, maybe I need to go back. Wait, we gonna wait for that fussy hussy to come up. That's a dude. That's a random dude kissing on her. See that dude right there. You gotta be careful, bro. Everybody gotta be careful kissing on chicks, bro, cause they can get married. Niggas will bring that shit up. Man, how your old lady, bro, kissing on that nigga at the opening?
Exhibit A. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you man. Nah, he might have something to do with something. He got his jacket on. Nah, he behind the main bodyguard though. He don't really look like a bodyguard. Yeah. He might just be a husband. Man, right now.
It might be a secret prostitute house at night.
We don't even know what these are. Look, these are burgers. All burgers come with. All the burgers though, they come with lettuce, tomato, onions, cheese, and fries, right? So you paying $19, but the burgers look big. Huh? The burgers don't look giant? Like that might be the sloppy toppy right there. Cause you know, only thing you add an extra on the sloppy toppy is jalapenos, right? And you already got the lettuce, tomatoes, onions, and the cheese. No, what you mean? Oh, on the one night stand. That's a $20 boy. That's the only time you can vegan bacon. You feel me? Jalapenos, yeah. Yeah, I like this. This is interesting. Interesting, but hey, vegans need to eat too. And like I said, I do not know prices. There's nothing that I just want to put out there very, very clear. Like I don't know about restaurant prices. So I don't want y'all to be like, bro, what, bro, bro, Walmart, McDonald's, I don't know who anybody, bro. Like, I don't know prices, bro. Only thing I know, bro, I seen one dude came on there and I was like, yo, that, he ain't lying. Now, I guess you have to go into, yo, do you trust Walmart, oil or whatever you want to do, but necessarily, you get a small thing of potato wedges for 98 cents. I don't really think you could beat that. I don't really think you could beat that, bro. 7 fat ass potato wedges at worst. If not a bag of 12, 15. I don't really think you can beat that, bro. Compared to what you got to go pay to get fries anywhere else. And the wedges are good. So yeah, that was one deal that I seen the brush shout out that I'm on. So I support that deal. I was like, yo, that's a good idea. Cause that's what I do. And like I said, when you just go get a little small thing of fries, they like, man, let me throw you 3 extra, 4 extra. 6 extra. Here you go. That's some damn fries, bro. Let me look out for you. So, hey, I ain't mad at Fussy Hussy, bro. I'm just telling you, me personally, I don't know prices. So if I seen something like that presented to me, I would be concerned. I would start looking around like, yo, how come nobody told me? Yeah, y'all be like, bro, cheap. I'm like, maybe. But I'm just saying, how come nobody told me? That's all I'm trying to figure out, bro. Why did I show up and now I'm surprised? Man. But you seen it though, because even when the one time when random deals come up and we pop into these restaurants to get anything, we like, hold on, these are small cups. Back in the day, these used to be the water cups. Niggas used to be like, I get a cup of water, and those used to be the water cups. Before people got designated water cups, they had small cups they used to give you. And then eventually they was like, yo, I think the people are abusing the small cups. So then they made up water cups where it was just clear cups. Now, bro, go to the store. Ask them for a small drink and see if you don't get one of them clear ass plastic cups they used to give us back in the days. So I'm just telling you, bro. they man. Yeah. Giving you a shot. Nah, but this it. Think about how expensive it is now. You might be better off, but you lost. So you're ready to get the big thing. Like I tell you, like I remember Walmart. I mean, I keep on saying Walmart, but McDonald's had the big thing of sweet tea, big giant thing of sweet tea you can get for $1. They probably still got no. You can get unsweetened tea too. I'm just telling you. So there's nothing about them being diabetic. I'm just telling you, it's big ass cups. Long story short, you can choose to get those big ass giant cups or a small cup. All the cups $1. But if you get the big giant cup, I think they limit you to tea. Sweet tea or unsweetened tea. The other cups, you can get any drink. So right, they always try to find a way to get you. They must have had like just like you in your mind. I know how you think. They probably had a bunch of spoiled tea in the back that people pooped in that they had to get out of. So they started selling the tea out the back for $1, right? But they was like, yo, not the drinks. They can't get the drinks. The drinks, the drinks are good. And then you started seeing how they started shutting it off because the water cups didn't work. Nothing worked because people was like, yo, but the drinks out here though. I'm just gonna get the drinks. And he was like, yo, shut the drinks off in the back. Yo, that's wild. Hey, turn on the drinks. Hey, the same thing I be thinking about the little spot that we went to just recently and I got the ice cream. I went there earlier today to get some gas and stuff. And I was like, just think about this because they got small cups, big cups, try me cups. So it's not even like you just making this try me a process up. They're telling you, try me. Bro, that's a fucking lovely system, bro. How long you think those systems last? What you mean before somebody come get them? What that mean? Yeah.
Person get hold of it, nigga. Fuck it up for everybody.
What you mean the wrong person? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the main thing I'm trying to put to your face. That at this current moment, you can just go.
I mean, would you rather your inventory have those random plastics, or would you rather it be a full size cup and they say, "Oh, I'm trying," and then throw a full size cup over it?
Nah. I'm saying that you should say, yo, you can't even try it. And if you grab a cup to try, you have to buy. That's how ruthless you can get. Because remember, that's how those wicked people live at those stores. That you say, yeah, it's by here. It's the kids. It's all this dumb. That's how ruthless they are. So any system can make it ruthless and be like, yeah, you don't try that. If you do try it, you grab a cup, you have to pay for the cup. I tell you, even at the John, you can't get water cups no more. They want you to pay for a water cup and then come already water cupped. Come with a couple ice in there. It's like, bro, I don't want ice in my water cup. I'm just telling you, bro. It's a whole system now. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't want you to think it's sweet, but I'm just thinking like when I see those systems where you can just walk in there and try me, like the mall. Everybody talk about it. Rich people, poor people. Everybody talk about the samples, right? Stores still do samples. You go to Costco. Costco is big on the samples. Sam's Club samples, right? These places like, and like people could take advantage of it, but that's what I'm saying. Like, what does it hurt you to make a couple people take advantage? How much people gonna really take advantage of the system? And was just trying me. See, but even with the try me process, they got to make the ice cream smaller because the ice cream, the size of it is only for those big cups. It's only for the big cups, so it comes out giant. So now that's just gonna cost random waste just because you can't get it in that little small tiny cup. A lot of weird process, bro. And that's probably why people think people will overdo it. But somebody might be genuinely trying. They're like, yo, bro, I'm gonna try all the flavors. But he wasting hella shit because it's a bunch coming over and he taking a little bit off the top. He's genuinely trying them. He throwing that away. And he's not trying to eat a whole thing of ice cream, nigga. Don't matter how much come out. He literally was trying to get a little smidget, but how much come out is a dollop. It's a big thick dollop, like it's thick. You seen it when you were squeezing it out. It's thick, right? Is it thick or not? What you saying? Is it thick? So what happened then? Why are you laughing about it? Why you laughing?
What are you doing?
I'm saying, why you was laughing though? Why you started laughing about it being thick?
Because you are carrying on with this dull conversation.
What? You seen the ice cream though, right?
Yes, it's done. The conversation.
You didn't see the ice cream because if you seen the ice cream, you would have knew how thick it is. So that's what I'm saying. Imagine trying to put that in a little tiny cup with a little small head. That's the try me process though. Now, once you go to the first time, you like, oh snap, it come out like that. You know, I'm gonna just a little bit, and then it's. Now one day you get nosy. You look under there. You see so much black gunk. Now you saying, yo, I ain't gonna do that no more. I'm just telling you, bro.
If you can't get a woman fully on board with what you got going on, I don't see no purpose. They don't want to make it.
You see how you talking about right now? I'm telling you, G. I'm telling you. Hey.
If you can't get a woman fully on board with what you got going on, I don't see no purpose. They don't want to make you understand a lick of no principles. That's what scares me. There's a certain level of masculinity that's starting to affect their brain. If you look at how the world was before all this social media shit, right, that's how it was. And the only reason I'm saying it in that perspective is because that's what I seen in my household when I was growing up with my grandparents. My grandmother, she took care of 8 kids. She worked a job on the side. My grandfather ran a construction business. Everything was straight. He took on all the stress of the world. But that's what made him so calm, because you gotta think, we as men can't just go out hitting everybody in our house and getting mad. Now, some men get drunk and do that, and that's messed up. Stand up, man. Go fight the world. Come back home. Don't bring it home. And then pretend like everything good, even if you feel like it's like you went to war and you washed your wounds at home and now you cool. Before I even walk in that door, check myself before I see my kids. I'm very good at that. I see my grandfather and my stepfather do. If you can't get a woman fully on board with what you got going on, I don't see no purpose. They don't want to make your vision come true. It don't make sense. I want to lead, and I only want to be your leader, not your mama or your friend. You got to even trump her father. But that's why when you get married, the father gives you the husband. Like these modern women, they don't understand a lick of no principles. That's what scares me. There's a certain level of masculinity that's starting to affect their brain. If you look at how the world was before all this social media shit,
Right. That's how it was. And the only reason I'm saying it in that perspective is because that's what I seen in my household when I was growing up with my grandparents. My grandmother, she took care of 8 kids. She worked a job on the side. My grandfather ran a construction business. Everything was straight.
He took on all the stress of the world. But that's what made him so calm, because you gotta think, we as men can't just go out hitting everybody in our house and getting mad. Now, some men get drunk and do that, and that's messed up. Stand up, man. Go fight the world. Come back home. Don't bring it home. And then pretend like everything good, even if you feel like
it's like you went to war and you washed your wounds at home and now you cool.
Before I even walk in that door, check myself before I see my kids. I'm very good at that. I see my grandfather and my stepfather do. If you can't get a woman fully on board with what you got going on, I don't see no purpose.
They don't want to make your vision come true. It don't make sense.
I want to lead, and I only want to be your leader, not your mama or your friend. You got to even trump her father.
But that's why when you get married, the father gives you to the husband.
Like modern women, they don't understand a lick of no principle.
A new study finds 35 high-rise condominiums and luxury hotels in South Florida are sinking. Researchers at the University of Miami say the affected buildings stretch from Sunny Isles Beach to Miami Beach. The study shows they've sunk anywhere from 0.8 inches to 3 inches between 2016 and 2023. Some of the surveyed properties include the Trump International Beach Resorts, the Surf Club Four Seasons, and Ritz-Carlton residences. The area also includes the Miami suburb of Surfside, where a 12-story beachfront condo collapsed in 2021, killing 98 people. For more on this, let's bring in Gregor Eberle. He is the co-author of that study and professor of marine geosciences at the University of Miami. Professor, thank you for being here. Why is this happening to high-rises in South Florida in particular?
Well, it has to do with the underground, with the subsurface. But I should say this is a very normal process. If you put load on something, it starts to compact a bit. I also would say we have to distinguish between sinking and subsidence, what we call it. It's not like these buildings will go like an elevator down into the subsurface, but actually it's more like if you would put a big package on a sofa, it would make a slight depression that goes under. So the street and all the things around it, they go also a bit down. And what we measured is actually the ground around the buildings, how it is subsiding over time. And the reason for that is usually in South Florida, we have really strong limestone. But as we go further north along the beach areas, we have incorporated in the subsurface some sand layers that can be compacted. The sand originally comes down along the coast from the Appalachians via longshore currents and is incorporated into the strata of these isles, the beaches, the South Beach, Val Harbor, Surfside, and Sunny Isle beaches. And so it's simply the loading effect of that. And it looks like what we see in our data that some buildings or some areas subside more than others, indicating that we have a bit a heterogeneous distribution of these sand layers in the subsurface. The other thing that we observed is that when construct building actually is that in these cases we see a bit enhanced of subsidence because the sand with the vibration of the pilings when they're driven into the subsurface, it settles a bit and it makes the whole area subside very few inches.
So, Professor, what do you hope that people take away from your research, from the people who own these high-end luxury buildings to residents who live in them to future developers?
Well, first, I wanted to say they shouldn't be alarmed. This is a normal process. It's just we have with these radar waves, we could actually measure how much deformation is from the building and from the weight on it. But it's a normal process, and the structures above it, they're not impacted really by the load itself or by this very gentle subsidence that occurs during the weight and during the construction. So I would say just keep on living there. It's a beautiful area to live. It's a normal process.
All right, Gregor Eberle, thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
Welcome back. We're starting off with the West 2 News investigation.
Yo.
It does not look like our car insurance premiums are going to be coming down anytime soon.
Nope. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And Florida drivers are paying some of the most expensive rates in the country, and recent data shows we're going to keep paying more. So I found out why we're paying more and how we can also save some money on our premiums. He's still getting used to paying more to insure himself and 4 other drivers in his family.
And I used to pay
You can hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I was gonna say, bro, you should be able to hear me, bro. I see my shit moving now, bro.
What's up,
Man,
though?
how the hell life been treating you, man? I ain't heard from you in damn near a year now, bro. You good? Your health straight? How everything going, man?
Yeah, for the most part, man. I've been good. Back up top again. We're right next to my son right now. I just get off work not too long ago. You know what I'm saying? Just a regular life.
Hey, that's the first thing I'm about to ask you about, man.
Shit, boy, I'm about to have me another one.
How many months?
And I just found out Saturday that I'm gonna have another one.
Yes, let's go. You don't know the gender.
Nah. I think it might be another boy, or I think it might be twins this time. For real, for real.
Healthy baby.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. My son, man, he taller. He's very
Like, how old's
tall.
your son?
He's one. Hold on, he waking up now. We'll see. Hold
Okay,
on.
so it has been a year.
See, man.
Aww. Hey, sweetie baby.
Tighten up.
Hey, you like, oh, get me out the camera. What you doing?
Man, he just sleepy, man.
Chisholm, you gonna have him wrestling?
Man, not yet, man. He can, man, but you know, I don't know. I might want him to find his own path, man. But then again,
Right. Chisholm said he wanted to find his own path.
real curious.
Man, what's going on with the work life? You still at the factory? Where else?
Yeah, type shit.
Same position or?
Well, different position, like, you know what I'm saying? More towards the distribution side, but it's just like one of them things, like, you know, I just got off not too long ago. It was kind of waning. And, you know what I'm saying? Like,
What
yo,
that mean?
bruh, this shit just, you feel me? Like, I don't know. Like, the job isn't hard. The job isn't hard, but it's like people wise. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a boss, and like last week, her sister died. So things been kind of like, you know, I've been trying to give her space. But then it's like, you feel me? You never know, like, what you're going to walk into where somebody's overly emotional and, you know, they get to that point and they take it out on you. So I just been really just focusing on my area, and that's it. Today we were supposed to get off at like 11:30, and it's like, you feel me? She made us work till 12. We really should have been walking out of there about 11, but she made us work till 12 just to like prove a
On
point.
Christmas Eve?
Yeah, bro. And I was just like, bro, what the fuck type of shit this is? And she talking about she didn't like that I was standing around with like the workers, like congregating. But I'm like, as far as for my workers, everything that they need to do, they done. We finished all our trucks. Like, We really shouldn't even have went to work. And it's like, man, like it's weird, bro. Like I gotta do inventory at the end of the shift, but I got like 5 people to do inventory. I got like 5 people that can do inventory. My boss mad because I had one of them do inventory instead of me. As soon as I finished, I cut. I said, fuck that. So, it's gonna be a confrontation thing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I see. It's a issue of control.
Yeah, but I'm like, man,
Shit getting done. Get out of my face.
yeah, man, like for real, like, you know what I'm saying?
That makes sense logistically, but man, yeah, them folks be trying to control you. They want you to fucking work when they say work and jump when they say jump.
Yeah, I think we should be speaking through that mic now. If I'm correct.
Chisholm, you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys very well.
Yeah, if I'm correct, we should be through this right now, my brother.
Y'all can hear me?
Wait, so are you still in Carolina?
Perfect.
North Carolina?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so y'all ain't getting none of that hurricane in North Carolina?
No, it
South
was
Carolina?
on the western side. Like right, but wasn't even hit on Tennessee.
Okay.
And I'm still trying to figure out, like, it's like it be inward. Like, we live in the center of Orlando. Certain things don't touch us, right? So the
Right.
western
Yes,
part is
sir.
closer to like Tennessee. Certain things shouldn't even
Yeah,
happen.
inland.
Yeah, bro, like it's inland. Like, so I'm like, how is all this shit happening? And it's surrounded by like mountains, like hills and valleys. You feel me? Like, bro, I'm not that far from Virginia. And
No
it's like,
water.
ain't really nothing happened to Virginia. And Virginia is like a mountainous terrain. Like, people done had like landslides and all type of shit
Nah,
happen.
because then they say they got stuck.
Huh?
They said they got stuck within that mountain. They couldn't go over it.
Yeah.
Shit kind of weird.
Hey, but that's the same setup that's the same setup that happened with Haiti and Dominican Republic. How they always say that they on the same fault line, but all those earthquakes, it don't never really happen to DR. So I don't know. Maybe, like I said, those people, they wasn't prepared. Like, I don't even know if the storm was as bad as it was necessarily, beyond the point that they just was not prepared for that type of storm. Like, just like y'all saying, it's inland, so they're not even thinking.
Like I said, it's inland, and it's like, okay, like, bro, like people got how they houses set up is built on the mountains. Like, you know how in Jamaica, like how niggas used to have their house built up on a hill, and it's like, and bro, that's how they was doing it, bro. I'm seeing landslides, gully. I'm like, gully, bloom. Niggas losing everything.
Man,
You
I
know
was
what I'm
telling my wife about that shit, bro. I remember seeing that shit a couple of times before I left Jamaica, and I left very young. Like I tell everybody all the time, and I seen that shit like 4 or 5 different times, bro. It was a constant thing in Jamaica.
Or like when like the road is halfway coming off, and then like you see that shit just fall off one day.
Yo, that's
That's mind-boggling, bro.
Yeah.
You just seen the road look stable as hell, and that shit make it
Shit
look like a
fall,
crumble
like
cookie.
should be crazy. And then like people be living on like the side of that shit. Like okay, like when we be the road, it don't have no railing, no nothing. But then like you'll see like it's a hill. Yeah, like you'll see it's like a hill, and then like you'll see it's trees, but people be having their houses built on that shit. Should be crazy. Like you get up 2 o'clock in the morning, use the bathroom, go get some water, and then boom, rock slide. You fucked up. You know
Bro,
what I'm saying?
I remember one of the first stories my mom ever told me about Jamaica, and is when she her driving test. She was telling me that the area that they do the driving test in, it's been like almost like the time she was telling me was way back in the days, but she was saying it was almost 10 students already that drove their car off of the fucking cliff because the way they was doing the driving test, it was literally on a bend where nigga off of that shit, nigga, you in the gully. And she was telling me different stories about how many students and how like a lot of people was even scared to drive. Like I remember when she initially came to America, she was on some scared shit to take the test, say driving test, just because she was just telling me all the shit about what she had to do in Jamaica. They had to do this, they had to drive this way, they had to speed up here. I'm like, what the fuck they had y'all doing in Jamaica, nigga? Practicing to be cops?
Where they driving stick?
Nah,
They was
bro, because then like,
yeah.
bro, if you know, even with my uncle, he was telling me like how he had to take like he went to driving school. Like, you know, Jamaica, they extra, so this shit was a real school.
Yeah, so that's how I think they was doing it. They really had them doing obstacles and doing little different shits. And I
Real
remember my
shit.
mom explaining it to me, nigga, and me being like, "Yo, I ain't taking the American driving test." I tell you, my whole plan, I never thought I was gonna be driving, nigga. As a child, I couldn't even dream of driving.
Oh, so like you said in America, it's just like one class, 9 weeks, whereas
It's literally
Jamaica, you're going to a trade school.
man, you learning how to drive. Like they showing you
I ain't
shit.
even like you on it. I ain't even take the class, bro. I just like even with my driving test, like fucking shit. I cheated right there, broad daylight. In front of that lady. Like nigga, I had my phone. I was looking up every answer.
Wait, so
Cause
you
like
didn't have to take an actual driving test at like the DMV
I did it
or
at the
anywhere?
DMV. I did it at the DMV.
Okay, so you saying it took you one day?
Blue. Nah, cause like bro, I ain't going to give it a band. I had failed that bit like 2 times before. Just off of like, cause I was
See,
like, man, I was like, man, I ain't studying for this shit. I know this shit. And then it'd be like, I'll be very close. I'll be like 1 off, 2 off. And I was just like, man, I ain't taking no more chances with this shit. I'm gonna treat this shit like it's school. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
hey, see, and that's what I told you. That's what I learned about even study tips. I told you because we used to always have to do spelling tests when I was young, like in 4th grade, and like I knew a lot of the words, bro. But it was sometimes I missed like 2 or 3 words, and I remember later on into the season I missed nothing because I started developing this memory shit. So the same thing you talking about, like making it like school, bro. I literally remember sitting down every day, bro, and reading this book, bro. And everything that stuck out to me that I never even knew, like the whole shit about when you parking on the hill, you need to turn your shit towards the fucking curve. All those things
Yeah,
that stuck out to me, those are the only things that I remembered. And when I went in there on
bro.
the test, it was so fucking easy because they didn't even ask me that. And the only thing they asked you was the whole curb shit, but that was the trick question. But everything else they asked you was pretty self-explanatory. So like I
Bro, I'm
said,
not
bro, I
gonna lie
really
to you.
studied that whole.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like shit like that, like that shit I seen. Cause I was working with my uncle from when I was little, so it's like that's shit I would just like see them do, or like see my dad do. Like, you know,
See,
having
I
a
never
car,
went. Yes, sir.
having a car in Jamaica is really like, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, bro, well, you on some shit. But like, you have a
Mm-hmm.
truck, or you have trucks. You know what I'm saying? Like, my dad had a
Businessman.
truck. Like, he had that bill. You feel me? Like, and I really found out how he was getting it off the land with the truck. I was like, damn, that's crazy.
That's legendary, nigga. Cause me being from the yard, nigga, I know for sure. Dude, like I said, nigga, having a whip in the islands for people that don't really understand, it's like kind of akin to New York, but in Jamaica, it's even 10 times even greater than that. Even in New York, it's an accomplishment to be with a whip because it ain't really no reason to have a whip. It's so expensive, blah 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 blah. But in the islands, it's the same shit, bro. I'd never seen people with whips. Taxis is eating everything. Taxis eating everything. They picking you up from the airport. They picking you up from your house. They picking you up from school. They picking you up from everywhere, bro. That's literally the only system we knew in Jamaica
How
when
they
I was,
running?
bro.
Is it like a mega bus style where you pay a
Bruh.
flat rate, or is
Hey,
it by the
bruh.
meter?
Sometimes, man, it just like if niggas see like a group of people huddled together in one spot, He said, "Yo, make something. Go make our money real quick," and boom.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, or like the one dude with a
It was kind
car.
of like Uber.
Yeah, the one dude with a
Go in.
car in the neighborhood. Like, you ever seen that video, bro, where he took all the neighborhood kids to school?
Nah, it was a Jamaican. It was a Jamaican type shit.
Bro, he had the hatchback Honda, bro. Like,
He sounds a mini truck.
man, he had everybody in there. Like, well, my dad having a truck, man. Like, we'll be going to church festivals or revivals and stuff. Man, that man got like 30 people on the back of the truck.
Yeah, that's the life I grew up with. Even when I initially came to America, I tell you, I remember me being like one of them niggas that was always the bro. Like, yo, I just sit in the back because it was always like one or two, three of us had to sit in the back, and niggas didn't want to sit in the back.
To make life such a serious.
Go in.
But you just played the video where like it was like 20 of them going to Disney,
Mhm.
and a whole bunch of them passed away.
Oh, Jamaicans.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So the fact y'all
20
saying
Jamaicans died.
bro.
I'm talking about one Jamaican came from Jamaica just to go to this trip. Yeah, they was coming from Connecticut. It's a lot of Jamaican people that live in Connecticut and the Boston area. They was coming from Connecticut in particular.
Like, man, they don't say Connecticut. They say Connecticut.
Yo, that's crazy though. Like I wouldn't even imagine us living in those areas, bro. That area cold as fuck.
You trying to figure out like why Jamaicans like living in the cold.
Bro, to this day, I don't know why we have family in there, but I tell you, I remember when I first came to America, that was the first place that I landed in this area right here that I'm currently at. But I immediately ran to Connecticut, and we was down there for like a 2-3 months, meeting family, going to different theme parks, and I'm just like, yo, this what America about? This shit different.
Even right now, you can simply put they got DeSantis scaring off immigrants. Immigrants scared to work here. Cause it's a headline. Even though the headline say, yo, y'all can work here, just know the people that's paying y'all is gonna have to pay a fee. But in their mind, they're like, I'm not playing that deportation game with you. I'm out.
I get it. So the illegals going to like Boston, Connecticut, those
Bro,
places.
the ones that are supposedly in the Cats and Dogs, that's a place I can see them always returning to, even if they come down here to visit.
The people who work for me, it's like a bunch of them are Haitian, bro. Like straight off the boat. And like, bro, the crazy thing is, bro, listen, they're like some of the best workers I got, bro. Like,
bro, that's what they all keep saying. All the employers keep saying, yo, they stay by their machines. Yo, they do their thing.
Bro, and then it's like, bro, they found out I was Jamaican, and then that I know a little bit of Creole. It's like them niggas be going hard for me, bro. Like we be working. Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Man, that's what I love, bro. I'm telling you, every time, like even when we were doing our little work, bro, every time, like sometimes it'll be some Americans, they'll be on the mission with me, but anytime, bro, I run into an island nigga, bro, I just let them know off rip, like, bro, like you working too hard type shit. Like, we gonna split this work up and this how we gonna work, blah, 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 bro. At the end of the day, this nigga's like, bro, I gotta come back to this shit, bro. I like the way you work it, bro. Like, it's just a system, bro. Like, bro, niggas want to get work done and get up out of there, bro. If I can come in here, bro, get some work done, bro, and now niggas ain't on my back the whole time, bro. That's the main reason why I like warehouse. I don't want nigga on my back all day, bro. I want nigga to be like, yo, knock this out. And once I knock that shit out, he already know he allotted me damn near 2-3 hours.
Man,
Go
like
in.
in my situation, sometimes it's not even that, bro. Like, I'm the only man on my shift. Like, all the management is women.
What?
Duh.
You in a warehouse?
Yeah, something like that. Like,
okay.
What I'm responsible for is I'm the holding room supervisor. So I basically hold all the meat for the orders.
Okay.
And I basically send out the product to get the orders finished.
Okay, so you're transportation.
So like You know what I'm saying? It's just another form of logistics that I do type shit. So it's like, you know, and it's just like when I was in shipping. So it's like, okay, all I know is I gotta get all these trucks finished, and once it's finished, I'm good. Then I gotta break down the math. And like today, bro, like I finished all the trucks by like what, probably 9 o'clock.
And you didn't leave till 3 hours later.
Even though you finish your trucks, you still gotta run the next order, the orders for the next day.
Okay,
But like,
prepping.
yeah, bro. But it's just like, you feel me, like, what else do you want? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, bro.
Yeah, we totally understand
Like,
though. It's the simple fact of, bro, they want every hour out of you. Them folks not here to play with you.
bro, I'm like, bro, I'm not a kid no more, bro. I'm not playing these type of Mickey Moore sad games. You feel me? Like,
No, that's facts. That's facts, bro. Like I said, nigga, we got so much damn experience in the warehouse aspect of it. All the different moving parts, bro. We going?
just about every job I've had, I've been in management.
Hey, that's the first thing I was about to say to you while you was talking. I was about to say, just even this industry though, the industry that you in, you've been in this industry for a minute.
Bro, every time I try to leave, something else keep pulling me back.
I'm telling you, bro, you've been in this industry a minute, bro. Like just
I
sitting back
told
and think
this
about it,
dude said he got like 35 years in. He was like, shit, if we keep on pulling you back, you must be doing something right.
bro. Like when I say like I think about people being able to impart wisdom and different things that they've done, bro. Like, bro, like when I say you got some years in, bro, from different little areas too, where you started from the bottom and then you up into different little positions where you're like, bro, like from the independent little farms, and it's just so many different pieces that you were
Wait,
able
so
to
how
see.
old were you when you started this? Was this after college?
But remember, I
I
think he was
started
telling us
this
that he went into
like
in college.
so it's like, man, bro, they were just like, you want an internship? And I was like, all right. And then like shit, I was just more looking at the money aspect. But then like beyond the money, sometimes that shit could be straight. Like
And like, how often are you actually like taking, I guess, vacations from it, or it's just like a 365 thing?
Yeah, cause you a Jamaican, so I know you'll work every day. So like, how
bro,
you
the
work
shit
it?
be crazy because I be having to tell myself like, hey, bro,
Chill out.
yeah, because like, you know what I'm saying, like Jamaicans, one thing about Jamaicans, they love work and authority so much, bro. Like they'll fuck around and do that shit with no question. But then they just be like on some shit like you gotta sit down and shit like, oh, what me really I do? You know what I'm saying? And just break that shit down. And then it's like, you feel me? You gotta assess the situation. Like,
Hey, you still got money working for you though? You still got some stuff like in the market and in little different areas.
man, I had to pull some shit just to relocate up here.
Hey,
For some shit.
but that's good though that you have that ability that you had some stuff invested still. But even now after your situation, have you been putting back in or anything like that? Looking at little new
Nah,
positions.
I'm trying to do something different. I'm trying to run up 20 real quick and put that bitch in a mutual fund and see, and then that shit gonna give me 3K every 90 days.
See, I
But
feel like hold on, 20K.
Wait, what's the name of the mutual
I
fund?
feel like you can get that same thing just out of regular dividends.
yeah, you can, but then it's
Yeah.
like,
So wait, have you seen Bitcoin and where it's at?
well, that shit was stupid. Make me mad every time.
No, that should make you
It should
mad.
make you happy,
It
bro.
ain't make me mad. Like it just be said, damn. It just be like, damn.
You was on the
You know,
cast, bro. You heard all the good information, bro.
Bro.
You already know about the spots. Nah, this shit though, like even right now with a lot of people, like I said, shout out to Bitcoin, but today Wednesday, all right, it's technically Christmas. People doing shit, but what we gotta understand is the market is still moving, bro. and Bitcoin and Ethereum is now getting ready to go back into that uptrend. Right, we're going back into the daily uptrend. So right now, Bitcoin is at 97. We technically held the daily bottom, so that means that we're going to test 108. So right now we're looking back to 108. Same thing with ETH. ETH held beautifully, but the good thing about ETH is ETH went and tested a weekly and a motherfucking daily, basically, and it passed both of them. And they're going back to test 4,110. Right now it's at 3,400.
I just seen a notification about it being at 3,500.
Yep. So they all did that, but right now they're pulling back because look, Doge, their daily is at 29. You know, we can't buy until 33. So everybody's looking to work.
49 what? 6?
Nah, it's at 39 as far as
indicator.
These are the numbers that we say as far as with the stochastic. We explain to people, because this is Taco Tuesday, but we explain to people, bro, that if you buy anything based on the numbers that we tell you, based on this algorithm that we've developed, you're able to profit. So right now, Doge is at 29, meaning that there's going to be a push today, but there's going to be somewhere there's a pullback. You may be able to get a buy, but right now you're at 29. You kind of want to start looking to get in, so you don't really want to have too much sales. Even if you don't want to buy right now, you don't want to be selling Doge because this shit looking to shoot off. Same thing with Bitcoin, same thing with Ethereum. You feel me? They all had their little pullbacks. They pull back on the daily, but if you go back to the daily on Ethereum right now, we're at 22. And at Bitcoin, I think we should be at 19. Bitcoin, we're at 19. So Bitcoin, we're at 19. Ethereum, we're at 22. And Dogecoin, we're at 29. The magical number that we explained to everybody that we need to get at is at 33. So me, technically, I wouldn't buy at 19, even though I'm telling everybody that, yeah, we should be looking to get in. No, I'm telling you that we should be not selling. Don't have any sell position on, because you don't know when it's going to shoot up. But you don't want to buy either, because only time you buy is when it's at 33. You would have already been selling, Chisholm, because we have a sell number too. We sell from 67. Right, so if when it's coming down, we're looking at the numbers. If we see 67, we might open up a sell right there. So now that it's at 29, we already been selling from 1,300, 1,400. These are the numbers that we're selling from. So we're not even necessarily worried about it going up. It's only at 97 right now. So even if it goes to 100K, we sold from 104 because we sold on the daily when it went to 67.
And it went all the way down to 94. Now it's back at 98.
It went all the way to 94. Matter of fact, I think it
92.
Yeah, I would say I think the lowest it went to was 92,122.
Yeah, you would have got probably back in at 94.
Right, and you're gonna rebuy on the 15-minute uptrend, and you feel me? So, like I said, Chisholm, we've been developing this algorithm, bro. That's the main reason why I'm asking you, because even when you're saying mutual fund, as a friend, as somebody that really knows about the market, I'm telling you that may not be your best thing. And the reason why I'm saying that is, do whatever you shall, but as a friend, you should look into your friends and be like, yo, T saying he know about this, let me see what my dog know about. My dog telling me to do this, I gotta at least I'm not gonna put my 20K, I'm put my little boo over here because this is what I believe in, but bro did say this. Now you can put it over there, and the main thing is I just want you to see the difference in the growth. Because the mutual funds, they grow so slow, bro. Because what you have to understand, in most mutual funds, just like in the S&P 500, if you go look at the fucking S&P 500, there's only 3 companies doing the work. Now, you invested in the whole S&P, it only went up 10%. Nigga, like I said, I'm not sure if you've been watching Taco Tuesday, but we've been telling people how much percentages we're up on plays. I've been like, from the beginning of the year, we've been calling out different plays like, yo, buy this, buy this, buy this. And all of those plays that we've been telling niggas to buy, look at them shits. Them shits printing out pretty.
Scoop letters Google.
I'm telling you, bro, I got shit on Facebook, Chisholm, where I always say little sneaky shit just because, like, what I've been telling Empress is I'm not gonna tell people the numbers anymore, because what I'm doing is just giving people free money. And ain't nothing wrong with it, but what I'm gonna do is, if you want the free money, just go back and watch the old cast, like this cast right now. I'm talking to my dog Chisholm. So I'm dropping the little numbers. I'm saying 33. I'm saying 67. So you can go to this cast and be like, yo, what numbers bro was saying that I could buy at and sell at? And then, like I said, in my mind, it's like, what do you have to lose? Same thing Trump told everybody. Blacks, what do you have to lose? All you got to do is be like, bruh, let me try what bruh's saying and see if it works. And if it don't work, then you don't have to do it. But if it does work, then you say, yo, let me pay homage to this brother. Right. And that's all I'm telling you, bro. I don't think you should invest a lot into mutual funds just because there is companies, and I think you're smart enough to necessarily look at the companies and just go into the fucking mutual fund and be like, yo, what company is performing the best? What's their greatest investment? Because all mutual funds, they have something that they're invested in. That's just point blank, period. And if you go look at their books, you'll see, yo, they got 40% invested in the Apple.
Thank you.
Why don't I just invest in the Apple? Seem like they believe in the Apple. They got, you feel me? All these different Johns, you'll see like, dang, this man got 15% invested in the Tesla. Why is that? Oh, snap. And like I've been telling everybody, shout out to NVIDIA, bro. But next year, make sure everybody's looking into Google. I already told y'all about Google. Make sure everybody's looking into AMD. I already told y'all about AMD. And the reason why I'm telling you that is because NVIDIA done ran. There's pullbacks happening for NVIDIA, but what y'all haven't seen is that AMD and Google's been getting smacked. So their daily, their yearly, a lot of these guys are bottomed out. I remember one day I was talking to Rolly. He was telling me Bitcoin was going to like some stupid number, and I was like, "Yo, that's not on the charts." I can guarantee, and I remember, like, I got the text where I said, "Yo, I guarantee that Bitcoin will go to 44,000 at this time." Like I said, I'm just looking at the numbers. I can't just predict things. But I remember when Bitcoin was going into the monthly chism, I have it on Facebook. I was like, "Yo, we're going into a monthly uptrend. We haven't seen this until our drop." Since our drop from 67, we haven't been back into a monthly uptrend. People need to, and I told everybody, I said, yo, right now is the time that you need to be more so invested in the Bitcoin. Bitcoin's at 28,000, 33,000, bro. The shit is now at 97,000, bro. So, like I said, bro, in my mind, like I said, all praises to the Most High. I feel like we've mastered it, like just based on
Just
like
really quick on
going.
our portfolio. As far as Google, we bought that May 11th, 2023. And we're up 50. Hold on, what percentage? We're up 88% on that Google Play.
That's 5 months into, like I said, we bought that 5 months into 2023.
Mm-hmm.
So you just got to understand how plays run. But keep on going, Empress.
And then Disney, we're up 34%. We bought that one August 28th of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
That one then played out. That same year played out. I ended up taking in September and October. Handsome amounts. And then also, so that's Disney, and then Tesla, we're up 96%. And I got in this same year. Well, December 29, 2023. Well, actually, no, sorry, that one was canceled. January of this year, I got into Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
Listening to Professor Ross's analysis on it on the cast, and now we're up almost 100%.
And mind you,
100% on that one.
we've been in things from 2-3 years ago, right? I told you, I remember Chisholm where I didn't even know about the charts necessarily. I just knew about sentiment. I was going off how people felt. And I remember telling people, yo, I don't know what y'all talking about right now. I bought Tesla at 455, and I think it's going to $1,000. But Tesla ran up to 1,200. Then it ran up to a crazier number than that. Then they end up doing a split, and then now once they split, they dropped back down to like $100. Everybody was like, "Yo, blah blah blah, fuck Tesla." He ran back up a little bit. Everybody tried to short him again. He fell back down. I'm just telling you, bro, once you start reading the charts, you understand that they're just setting you up, bro. There's shit that's so good, bro, and it's always bargains. And every time what they do is they try to show you, yo, you down on this play. I remember telling one of my homeboys, he was down on Bitcoin. I said, yo, bro, don't sell that Bitcoin. You know, but me and him had a conversation, and he told me, nah, T, I didn't sell the Bitcoin. What happened was I was with Gemini, or I don't remember what company he was with. My bad, bro, forgetting the company. But he was with whatever company there was, and they went bankrupt, Empress, and they closed everything out. And I'm like, man, so it should still be somewhere, right?
Yeah, Gemini ended up figuring that out because once Bitcoin shot back up to like the all-time high, which is like 70 at that time, everything was back to normal.
See,
so they were able to actually settle everything. because of that time in between.
Maybe he wasn't with Gemini then, and then that's what I'm saying. Maybe he don't know what he's talking about. Because maybe he think it's gonna. Remember, I told you I was telling you about my Weeble, John, and you're like, nah, babe, it's still right here. It should be right
Yeah,
here.
it's just a matter of patience and actually reading your emails. So if you're not a big email person, good luck. But yeah, they sent out a lot of emails. Some of them you have to actually agree to. Like, okay, if you were a part of the Earn program, some of your stuff didn't come through.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Hey man, I'm about to get another consultation with y'all, man. I'm dozing off.
Man, bro, get up out of here, bro. You just got off work, bro. I'm glad that you tapped in, bro. You know I appreciate you, my brother.
For sure, man. All right.
Safety, brother.
Later,
Yeah.
have a great night.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Your brother Chisholm a legend, man. And you know how hard it is to raise a youth.
Mm-hmm.
So when your youth up and you trying to like not like when your youth sleep and you supposed to be sleep that time because you know this your only time to sleep, you know you wasting So shout out to the brother Chills, bro, for his time. But yeah, we about to get up out of here, bro. And I appreciate everybody for coming through on this little special show. You know, it ain't really nothing necessarily going on, but shout everybody out for the show. You know what? Thank everybody for coming through to the special show, bro. We had another young brother supposed to be coming through. I need to call him out. The brother King Gifted who's supposed to be stepping through to the show. I don't want to knock him too much though, right? Because the brother did hit me up quite early on in the day, and I didn't see it because I don't really go on Facebook, bro. Like I'm never really on none of the social medias necessarily checking them. Like it's a rarity if I go on there, and it's usually when I go on there is because I'm going live, trying to contact different people, making people know that I'm live, blah 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 blah. I might pop on there or whatever. But like usually if I am on there, I might just jump on there, post some different things, may check the inbox, and that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like an email where I might check it once a day, right? Maybe lucky if I check it twice a day. Maybe I'm on there for something else, and I've been researching something or whatever. Maybe I found something early, and I'm showing my wife the situation, whatever it may be. But it's very very rare that I'm on there consistently to be able to check those emails. So I don't want to completely knock the brother and say that he didn't give an effort, but the brother was supposed to be on this show. So I definitely want to thank my brother Chisholm for coming through. Definitely want to thank the brother Gifted for like just just always sparking the energy. You know, that's what the brother Gifted is here for. The brother Gifted spark the energy. So definitely shout the brother out for that because we're gonna go live either way. The creek grumbled, but you know, always good to get that extra oomph. But just like we kind of explained with the market, let me do a small little analysis before I get up out of here. It is not 2:15. Yeah, I did a small analysis, but that was extremely small. Let me see. But what I did say though, that's the overall. So I just want that to be known. That is the overall. Like if I wanted to give you like some real quick cliff notes. If you have a sell position, don't be in it. There's no reason to be in any sell position, is all I'm saying. Yeah, and anything else other than that, hey, more power to you. But there shall be no sell position held at this current moment. But I will do you a service because this is Christmas. This is Hanukkah. Right? This is the Hanukkah season. This is the Kwanzaa season. This is all the seasons. So I will try to help by going a little bit more in depth. Let me see what more we're gonna offer. All right, right now what I'm doing, I'm not gonna lie. I am I'm a little bit confused about this. The event begins February 9th, 2025 at 6:30. Results are determined. Payment issued on the 10th. You receive a US $100 return per contract. Your prediction is it's incorrect. You can open and close position before the Super Bowls begin. Trading stops when it starts. During a playoff match, you cannot trade contracts for the two teams involved. When the playoff match ends, trading for the teams still eligible for the Super Bowl will resume. Contracts for eliminated teams will expire early. The market resolves when the Super Bowl ends and the results are determined. No, all right, man, we out of here. But yeah, like I said, this jar right here, you can But this is a little crazy though because this is right here say who will win the Super Bowl. Predict the team, get $100 if you're right. So, oh, I get it now. So you only get $100 no matter what. All right. So if you choose the Kansas City Chiefs, if you say the Kansas City Chiefs gonna win it, yes. What is this? They're saying that you pay $26 per contract. So $26 per contract. If you say the Kansas City Chiefs gonna win it, you could buy a contract for $26. If you say no, you could buy a contract for $81. If you say Detroit Lions is gonna win it, you can buy a contract for $23. If you say no, $83. Buffalo Bills $23.25. If you say no, $84.25. Philadelphia Eagles $19.25. But if you choose somebody like the Dolphins, right? Because I guess they got no chance of winning it. You can't even choose no. That's funny. That's funny because listen, bro, they're supposed to win. Empress. I mean, they're not supposed to win. The Dolphins. So like, you can't say no. So it says who will win the Super Bowl. You cannot say the Dolphins is not going to win because I guess say all right. So Kansas City, right? Say you say that Kansas City not going to win, and you choose no, right? Every contract that you buy is gonna be $81. So you buy 5 contracts. The estimated total is $417.45. So that's how much you will make if you decided to get into that play. But I'm wondering, like, but what they mean, what they were like, what is this whole thing when they say get $100 if you're right? That makes no sense because if I say no, and I buy 5 contracts saying no, I'm supposed to get $400 plus. What do you mean get $100? Right? And maybe I'm missing that point, people. Because even with this, because I'm missing it. Now I'm really missing it. Like if I choose Seattle Seahawks and they say will Seattle Seahawks win the Super Bowl, and I say no, that's worth $99.75. That means that if they don't win, I don't get any money anyways. Huh? I don't get it. And if they do win, what happens? Oh, I get $100. But did I lose? But I lose though, Empress.
Mm-hmm.
I lost $99.
Oh, for real? That's it?
I'm getting $100 and I lost $99.75. Somebody said, "Yo, I'm gonna pay you $100,
To lose.
and all you gonna get is 25 cents if you do win." So if you do say that, so if a team's sorry and you say, "Brett not gonna win the Super Bowl," I mean, I'll give you $1. I'll give you 50 cents if he don't win. That's a stupid bet, right? Because they're like, "Yo, why? We know he not gonna win. Why you saying he not gonna win?" Right? That's all they asking you. But I'm just saying, like, if the Seattle Seahawks so bad, right? Seattle Seahawks 99.75. Why the hell the Dolphins ain't even got numbers? Atlanta Falcons ain't even got numbers. Like they're saying, no, you can't even bet that they're not gonna win. They have no chance of winning. That for you to even bet that they're not gonna win, you're not even gonna win no money. It's gonna be like $110. So that means that you gotta pay them.
So what can you bet on?
You could bet on your best bet is the Kansas City. You could bet on who will win the Super
So
Bowl.
they're not expected to win?
Yeah, so like if you choose who will win the Super Bowl and you choose the Miami Dolphins for $1, you can get up to 10 contracts. And I think they pay you $100 for each contracts. Yes, ma'am. So it's you receive $100 return per contract if your prediction is correct.
You see that?
Do you understand that, Empress?
Say it again.
So if you get a contract for the Kansas City Chiefs, and you say, "Yo, I think they're gonna win the Super Bowl this year," right? The contract for the Kansas City Chiefs costs you $26.
Okay.
Right? You might buy 4 of those.
And what's the possible payout?
If you buy 4 of those contracts, you remember you get $100 for each contract. So it's simple.
You take $26.
You no, don't even think about the number yet. The payout is what you think about initially. So don't even subtract your losses yet. Just subtract your payout. Because your losses, you're gonna pay that up front. Because you got to buy the contracts. That's your loss. You paying that up front.
Okay.
Once they win, you're just getting paid out. So if you get 10 contracts, each contract you get paid $100. How much money you got?
4?
You get 10 contracts.
1,000?
Simple. Okay. So if you get 4 contracts,
400?
$400. So that's what I'm telling you. But the better teams, the contracts cost more. So if you buy 4 contracts at $26, that's what you have to subtract from your winnings. You get that point? So a contract is $26, right?
Okay.
You want to win $500, so you buy 5 contracts. That's gonna be $500 payout, right? But now you have to do your 26.25 times what? Times your 5 contract.
Wait, 26.25? Oh, that's the contract amount. Okay, so you minus that from the 500?
From your 500 that you're gonna win. So this is how much you're gonna leave the John with.
368.
But say a team like the Miami Dolphins that technically have no chance, right?
You're gonna take $99, right?
It's only $1.50 for a contract from them. So you can get 10 contracts, Empress. You can get, matter of fact, let me show you this. Just let me show you the math. It's at 150 times, look at this, 150 times 50, $75. You could buy 50 contracts. 100 times 50. You could buy 50 contracts for $75. And you got a possibility of winning $5,000, and your payout to be this much if you choose a sorry team like the Miami Dolphins. But if you choose the Kansas City Chiefs, that's 26.25 times your 50. You're gonna spend $1,000, no, because because it's the same 1,100 times 50 minus the 1,366 whatever bullshit they had. Long story short, you you're gonna have like $3,000 left. But if you only do the Dolphins, and that's the main thing I'm telling you, Empress. So you get what I'm explaining to you though?
As far as you make more money with Miami Dolphins.
You got the MC Hammer pants. MC Hammer pants. And MC Hammer eyes. MC Hammer pants, MC Hammer eyes. Hey. Nah, Empress and my cat, man. Let me grab my little plies. They got a little size of these pants.
Oh my
These pants.
Rub her up there.
I love these pants. I love these
We're
pants.
just trying to come back.
Yeah, I see
You
it.
too rough.
I love these
Alrighty,
pants.
guys. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Black Wall Street Bets Taco Tuesday, where we talk about currency only. Next fight for me, because I did not even put the right logo up here. Yeah,
Black Wall Street Bets.
Can you fix it from here? Yeah, the mouse not even working.
Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, the mouse not working. That's what. Oh, the shit. Okay. I know the mouse not working.
Conclusion of Black Wall Street Bets Taco Tuesday, where we talk about currency only. Until then, remember to check out our latest videos. Please. My mic's not picking you up, sir.